Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Hello, Squirrels of the World. Does anybody remember Spice Girls? Actually, let me pause night driving for a second. Does anybody remember Spice Girls from like elementary? Well, I was in elementary school-ish, I think. Yeah. And they had that song called Spice Up Your Life. And they're like, come on, spice up your life. Spice. So I was just thinking, randomly it popped into my head. Squirrels of the World, spice up your life. Everybody, whatever it is. Anyway, fun times, flashback to the 90s. Woohoo! Never know what's going to happen on a live stream here, huh? So I hope everybody is having a good week. We are still reeling, I suppose one could say, in the aftermath after yesterday, which was an insane day. And yeah, so it's a weird thing. It's a very weird thing right now. I feel like it's a weird thing. So yeah, of course we have good news up to Proctor. You know, word on the street is that apparently he's maybe not so much fired as much rehomed. However, considering that was like a theme of the trial, it's hard to tell how much of that is just a joke / whatever, or if it's like that he's not fired. I did hear that he does still get paid, at least temporarily. But that makes sense though, with like, that's the case with a lot of jobs. You know what I mean? Where they do pay you for a period of time. It's like in your contract or whatever. So that's, you know, not the end of the world. So yeah. What else was I going to say about that? Hi, Dr. Bob. Happy to see you, my friend. Hey, Dr. Bob, by the way, be thinking if you want a command so that when we put it in the chat, when Nightbot puts it in the chat, rather, it says something. So it would probably look like this, you know, and then it would say whatever you want it to say. And you've probably seen these with other people. So, and as they filter in, I'm sure we will be seeing those commands. So, just let me know. The commands are fun. And by the way, Nightbot, do your thing, if you will. Thank you, Nightbot. You're the best. Nightbot's just putting things in the chat here because he's doing a good job. So what are your thoughts, Dr. Bob? What are you thinking? We've had a lot happen. Cute, Nightbot. I love you, Nightbot. I have little hands, but a big heart. Yeah, some great example here with Blackwater. Happy to see you, my friend. Woohoo! So I did a little video earlier. I know you were there, Blackwater. A little video earlier with the statement from what's his face from the Massachusetts State Police. You know, the thing for me that was the most interesting about it wasn't so much like what's going on with Trooper Proctor, but so much as like what's going on with the Commonwealth because of the timing of it. I just felt like it really showed the Commonwealth's hand in terms of where they're at for the trial and maybe and retrial or not retrial. You know, like everybody was saying, okay, this is what happened. Was that yesterday? God, it was yesterday. You know, when the DA came out and was like, oh yeah, we're going to retry. And everyone's like, oh, yep, see. I mean, this is just my 2 cents, which isn't worth anything. But like, they always say that, right? They're going to say that. It's like, think about like someone losing an election or a sports team losing a championship or something. They always come out and say something like, blah, blah, you know what I mean? And like, whether it's true or not, they haven't even had a chance to evaluate that. It's just what they do. It's a PR thing. So I don't put any stake in that at all. Like what would never have happened is immediately after the hung jury, what would never have happened is any DA's office would not come out right after and say, oh, we're not going to retry, right? Why? Because that's not enough time to evaluate that decision, which is how you know when they say that they're going to retry, you know it's just a PR thing. It's like, we're still victorious, you know? They don't want to accept defeat. So I don't put any stake in that at all. But Black Widow, fall asleep if you want. You're welcome. You're welcome to fall asleep anytime. We love you. So Dr. Bob says he's still processing. I know it's a lot to process. Yeah. So what I was saying in my video, just to paraphrase real briefly, was like, I don't know how they're going to have witnesses, really. Like, any witnesses they have are going to, every single witness is now even more compromised than they already were. Because everybody's going to be impeached to, what's the way they say it? Hell and back or something. You know, they're just, and then you've got Trooper Proctor, and I wouldn't be surprised if there's fallout for Yuri Buchanan as well. Hi, Gatorman23, happy to see you. What's LTL? LTL. Brian from LTL. I don't know what LTL is. I mean, maybe I do. I just don't remember. 120? What is 120? Who's Sean? I don't know who these. I don't know who these people are, and I don't know what these numbers mean. Am I just missing something? It's entirely possible. I think that I just you know, like I was saying, it's entirely possible that there's going to be fallout for Yuri as well. But even if there's not, Trooper Proctor is compromised, right? He's the weakest link, and everybody else, well, him as well, but every single person that testified, now can be impeached even more than they already were. So when you think about it, it's like, who are they going to have left for a trial? Like, you don't have an evidence without, you don't have a trial without evidence. You don't have evidence without witnesses. So, 12-0, thank you. Okay. I should have been able to figure that out. Yes. Okay. Thank you, Gatorman. Okay. Who said this? Okay. Who said this and where did they get their information? I'm wondering, but happy to see you. Okay. Well, I don't know them, but just to remind everybody here, I also did not follow this pre-trial. So there's probably really great folks that have been covering this that I don't know anything about, because I only jumped in during the trial. And since I was covering the trial myself, basically I wasn't watching other people covering the trial. I was watching the trial, with the exception of like some Runkle, some Lori, you know. So yeah, so I don't, you know, I'm sorry I don't know these folks, but yeah, thank you for mentioning that. So did they hear do you know what their source was? Did they hear it from a juror? I'm sure you guys all saw what the juror number 3 said. But yeah, but anyway, as I was saying, but there was another funny thing, Blackwater for you. So Blackwater had a great idea earlier during the video I had the premiere. I said it's, you know, without you can't have a trial without evidence, and you can't have evidence without witnesses. And then I said it's like no woman, no cry, except it's no evidence, no trial, or no witness, no trial. What did I say, Blackwater? What was it? No witness, no trial, something like that. Anyway, and then Blackwater was like, started doing the lyrics, and I was like, oh my god, like it's gonna have to be a song now, because like they mentioned hypocrites, and I don't know, it was funny. And I was like, oh my god, like I'm gonna have to make a song. Hi, Kid Smiths, happy to see you, my friend. But then I'm thinking about the syllables, right? So it's like, yeah, but you have to be, so no, wait, hold on, night driving, you're ruining my song. Okay, it'd be like, no witness, no trial. Bob Marley style. What are all the lyrics? DSN's in the house, happy to see you, happy to see you. Oh, CPU Tom. Okay. Jurors to talk to people. Okay. Coolio. So this is the important thing right now, is that I find the lyrics for No Woman, No Cry, so they don't get them wrong. I've not actually heard that song in forever, even though it's like one of those songs, everyone's heard a bazillion times. All right. So it starts out with no woman. So no witness, no trial. Repeats, whatever. Okay. I remember when we used to sit in the government yard in Trenchtown. Government, perfect. We can reuse that word. Oh, bah. Observing the hypocrites. Yeah. Oh man, I'm gonna have to work on this. Oh yeah. Okay. No witness, no trial. Because I remember. Right. God, it's been a long time since I've heard this song. I'm realizing now. Wow. Government yard in Trenchtown, and then Georgie would make the fire lights, I say. Anyway, I was also thinking Masters of War by Bob Marley. No, oh my God, Bob Marley. Fuck, Bob Dylan. Wrong Bob. Bob Dylan is a great song, but then I was like, but I don't know if I could make that into like a funny trial song because it's too serious. So I don't know. Anyway, engaged? Oh, fully engaged. I was like, wait, aren't you married? That's okay. Take your time putting your son to bed. That's more important. Okay. Oh, Sean. What's his last name? I feel like I might have actually seen something about him. The DEA, because he's the DEA guy. Okay. So yes. Anywho, but if anybody wants to watch any of the like interviews, well, that's awesome. That makes me feel like even more so I need to do a trial version. No witness, no trial. I'm serious though. Like literally, their witnesses are all compromised. Well, who they will have left is they will have the witnesses from Bodie Laboratories in Virginia, who we watched on the last recap, and they just went through and tested the hair and shit. And they will have the phone girl and the phone guy from England, the ME. Like that's it. But that's not enough. Like, and you don't have foundation without the other witnesses. There's no foundation for any of them, except for maybe the ME. Maybe, although actually I doubt it, right? Because they still need to prove. Anyway, I don't know. I feel like the ME would maybe be like, well, you got to get an ME in, but like at the same time, they almost didn't call her. So, yeah, no witness, no trial, right? So yeah, but let me know if you guys want to watch any of the interviews that people did. There was like a couple different people talking. But I'm sure you guys have all seen it. And yeah, so shall we then? I think we shall. Right. Okay. Yeah, that name rings a bell. That name rings a bell, definitely.
It's a house.
Right. Oh, you know what else I was gonna say? I was gonna say something else too. Speaking of Ashley Banfield, kind of. So I thought it was really interesting how, like in my video that I did, I was talking about how like when they were talking about, I'll just rewind this so I can start it over. But I was talking, they were saying like the misconduct or whatever, right? Like they fired him for misconduct. And like I was like saying in the video, like, oh, well, the misconduct, that's not specific enough, right? There was so much of it. What kind of misconduct? Was it the shitty investigation? Was it the text messages? Was it the bias? Was it, the list is really long, right? And so it's really interesting that a lot of people assume the misconduct they're referring to is the text messages. And it's really funny because, like, I guess funny is not the right word, sad maybe, but anyway, like, okay, so my mom she's not been watching the whole trial, but she pops in from time to time to watch some of the live streams, and she kind of knows what's going on, but she's not, following it or whatever. But like, she does follow regular news. And so she said, this is from a couple days ago, but it was right after Trooper Proctor testified, actually. So more than a couple days, 2 weeks maybe. But she said that she was watching CNN, and she was like, yeah, because like I'd been talking about the trial, and she's like, yeah, CNN even did like a little clip on it, and she said, it was like a minute and a half, which of course it was, right? She was like, yeah, it was like only a minute and a half, but they were talking about Trooper Proctor, and they were just saying, how he said all these terrible text messages and called her all these derogatory names and stuff like that. And I'm like, and I said this, I was like, I get it. You only have a minute and a half, whatever. That's how it is with mainstream media. I said, but I was like, just so you know, that's not the worst of what he did. That's like the best of what he did, right? It's like, but that's the part that gets reported on mainstream media when they only have a minute and a half and they say things that people are going to like listen to. It's like, oh, the text messages, which yeah, they were shocking, but like, it's just a shame because he should be known for so much more than that. And I mean more as in all the worst stuff he did, other terrible stuff, right? He did so much stuff that was equally bad or worse. So I just thought it was interesting. I just think it's interesting. It's like, and would they even have mentioned it if it wasn't for the text messages? Like, I certainly hope so, but I don't know. So I don't it's especially when you like trials, when you think about like your long form content, right? As they say, short form content, long form content, whatever stupid terms. But, us trial watchers, gavel to gavel, talk about long form, right? People that are like, have a heart, like, I'm going to watch a movie, right? Or I'm going to watch a long movie or whatever. It's like, they have no idea. It's so, it hadn't even really dawned on me until right now to really appreciate the type of people that we are that watch an entire trial gavel to gavel. And oftentimes more than once for the same trial, like that. And that, like that for me is my, like, that's what I enjoy. Like, it's talk about like, again, just like, it's just in terms of like long form, right? Like, that's like, it's kind of crazy to think about, right? Because for most people, it would just be like a movie might be a challenge. And a lot of people, it's like, it's funny. It's like the opposite, right? Like the way it's been going is like, the shorter, the better, right? Gets more views, gets more clicks, TikTok, Snapchat. Of course, I don't have any of that shit. Like, I know that's popular. So the TikTok and the Snapchat and the whatever it is, short things, short form. And 5 seconds or less, blah, blah. And it's like, yeah, we're going to watch an entire trial, gavel to gavel, it's like 9 hours. Well, typically, not in this trial, but most trials, right? It's like 8 or 9 hours every day, 5 days a week, for weeks. So anyway, we're a special group. We're a special bunch. And I think that it does good things for the brain. I will be honest. And I wonder if anyone's even ever thought about this. Like, one could do studies, like psychology studies on like how it affects the brain for people, like people that watch trials gavel to gavel. It's a rare, there's probably not that many things in life right now these days where you would have to focus for so many hours consecutively and then also for such a long period of time. It's kind of like an ultra marathon or something. Like, it's like the long game, the long haul, if that makes any type of sense. But I wonder, I think it does good things for the brain. I would, that's what I would expect to see if anyone ever did studies on that. Like, they could do a study comparing like the brains of people that watch like trials gavel to gavel and then the brains of people that watch only like TikTok or like Snap. I don't know if you can watch Snapchat. I guess not. It's not. Anyway, what do I know? Short form versus the longest of the long form, aka trials. Yeah. So anyway, I don't know why right, because I was thinking about CNN and the thing that my mom said. Anyway, all right, let's get into Trooper Paul.
It's a house.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
If you could, just again, please state your name and spell your last name for the jury.
Yes, it's Trooper Joe Paul. That's P-A-U-L.
Sorry to find it.
Now,
Oh boy. Oh boy.
you've investigated approximately 191 crashes over your time with the cars unit with the state police, correct?
Correct.
The cars
Now,
unit.
I'm going to ask you just some general questions with regard to a number of those crashes have involved motor vehicles,
Also,
collisions with other motor
that number got bigger. I'm pretty sure it was like 150 the day before.
vehicles, correct?
Yes.
So wait, so sorry. So like overnight, or I guess rather, this is a Monday, I think, so it would have been over the weekend. He like investigated 46 crashes because he's a super trooper.
Now, in general terms, with respect to motor vehicle collision, what, if any, you talked a little bit last week about
What if any?
sort of area of impact and point of impact, correct?
Correct.
Now,
No.
that's with regard to the roadway, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Oh no.
So
Is
with
he going to mention the roadway evidence again?
regard to the vehicles coming in contact with each other, what, if anything, regarding damage would you expect or anticipate based on your experience in general terms when vehicles come in contact or touch with each other in a collision sequence?
Objection. No, I'm going to allow it. In general terms, what do you look for?
Oh, yay, Dr. Bob. Excellent. Okay. So I have to do it. So what do you want it to say? So again, like here, we'll use Candace as an example because Candace is here. Hi, Candace. So when I make your command, when anybody types in for you, it'll be exclamation point Bob. Okay. Wonderful. We got it. All right. I'm going to set it up for you. You got it. All right, cool. Well, I'll do it. I'm so excited. I'm so glad you have one. Yay. I'll let you know
So
when
we
I get
look,
done.
well, there's two times of damage onto a vehicle. One's contact damage and one's induced damage. So when we look at vehicles, we are looking for what's called as contact damage. And the induced damage is
Oh my God, you guys, I just realized what this question was about. So on the previous day, I guess it would have been a Friday, but when they were on direct, he asked him this question about the induced damage and Trooper Paul didn't know what it was. And Lolly had to lead the fuck out of it and suggest to him what it was so that he could guess it. And it was an epic fail. And so now he's asking him the same question again. And I guess Trooper Paul Googled it over the weekend. So you can try to answer the question correctly. That's what's happening.
But start from the beginning. So contact damage.
And he's doing that same thing where he tried to memorize it and he fucked it up. So he has to start from the beginning. Let's just watch this movie.
No, I'm going to allow it. In general terms, what do you look for?
So we look, well, there's two times of damage onto a vehicle. One's contact damage and one's induced damage. So when we look at vehicles, we are looking for what's called as contact damage. And the induced damage is basically, start from the beginning. So contact damage is the damage that is actually made direct contact with another vehicle. And induced damage is the damage that did not make direct contact. So for example, if you push in one piece of metal to make contact, the rest of the metal will make a rippling effect that would be more called induced damage.
And just again, in general terms, as far as vehicles coming in contact with each other in a collision sequence, what, if anything, would you expect or anticipate based on your experience to sort of transfer from one vehicle to the other event?
It's possible when you transfer, you can have paint transfers that come from one vehicle to another. You got a tire rub off that go from one vehicle to another. Scratches that would come from one vehicle to another.
And again, sir, just in general terms, when it comes to vehicles interacting with each other in a collision sequence, what, if any, role does the respective heights of those vehicles play in respect to contact damage or inducement?
It depends on their heights and how they relate to each other. So that kind of shows if one vehicle is taller, one smaller, it's going to show where the contact damage would be from one vehicle to another based on their height.
So based on respective heights, contact or induced damage could be in a different location from a bigger vehicle to a smaller vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Now, if I could turn you back to the tech stream analysis that you conducted with respect to the defendant's vehicle. Now, the there were two events that occurred on that 12,629 miles beat. There were two events that occurred within that trigger, within that mileage. Is that correct?
Correct.
And based on your analysis with respect to the odometer readings and the mileage, where
Okay, Dr. Bob, I added some emojis. I hope you like it. If you don't like it, let me know and I can change it. But here, I'm going to type it in. Kidsmiths, he's been saying height the entire trial. I'm surprised no one's brought it up. I actually almost mentioned it a couple times because it drives me crazy. But I've been so hard on Trooper Paul, I just let that one slide. But since you brought it up, oh, Super Trooper, yeah. Okay, so here's Dr. Bob's command. Dr. Bob, do you like it? I added the brain and then the 100, but let me know if you don't like that. Oh, yeah, Kidsmith is saying it's a sign that he doesn't understand. Of course, right? He's just, God. We're going to get to a part two. I know we saw a second of this the other day when we were waiting for the verdict, and it was just a mess because we were just like, the fan. But we're going to get to a part very soon here where it's the same thing, where he just tries to memorize something and then he fucks it up. Oh, good. I'm glad you like it, Dr. Bob. Yay. So everybody, Dr. Bob has his command. I want to do it again because I love it. Yay. I made sure to add the doctor in there. So, yeah, there's things in life that we'll never know the answer to. That's all I can say when it comes to Trooper Paul.
where is it what is your belief as to where the vehicle was when those two events, being the 3-point turn and the backup straight for approximately 60 some odd feet, where did those occur within the travel path of the defendant's vehicle?
So the first one, where the 3-point turn, in this case, it appeared to be possibly on to, it was a cedar crest.
3-point turn.
Which, because we know based on testimonies that she missed the exit to Fairview and had to make a
The testimony from Ricky Dentano.
U-turn onto Cedar Crest, and that would make sense to why they would occur with close proximity to each other. They're within the same odometer mileage and on the same key cycle.
And so that reverse.
So, okay. So the 8 minutes, remember we were talking about this the other day, kids? So the 8 minutes, he's saying, oh my God, this explains why they had Brother Nagel and friends come in. They needed somebody to try to say that she missed that turn and then was at that intersection and all that to try to explain the 8 minutes gap. Right, exactly. It's a 3-point turn and a U-turn in the same sense. Yes, right. For anyone who didn't see it, I finished today actually the timestamps from the last recap from 2 nights ago, I think it was. So that was the one where it was the vast majority of his direct exam. And it was where we saw his charts with the triggering events and then all of his charts and his maps. And then he did his little drive test. For any of you guys who didn't see it, I highly recommend going and watching it because Kidsmiths and Fender pointed out so many different things that I had not noticed. I've not heard anyone mention that were problems with, especially like with the charts and the maps and shit. And then Kidsmiths and I were talking especially about the whole thing with the dummy, with the tests, with the backup. Again, stuff I hadn't heard anybody mention. There's a lot of good information in there where we broke down this exact sequence that we're talking about right now with the 8 minutes and then the U-turn and 3-point turn. So yeah, again, there's really specific timestamps there. So for anyone who missed it, y'all know the Squirrel crew is the best, and you guys have so many wonderful comments and questions and thoughts, and there's so much to learn there. So highly recommend. So shout out to you guys.
24.2 miles per hour for 60 some odd feet. Where would that have occurred
makes sense.
geographically from your view of the odometer reading?
It should occur probably on Fairview.
Now, sir, based on the totality of your analysis and your investigation in this case, what, if any, conclusions did you come to as to how this collision sequence occurred or how this crash occurred?
Yes.
Why we're getting to the best part.
Should go my report for that, or should you want me to just kind of go off the?
Oh boy.
Yes.
We're gonna have to watch this.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry.
We continue.
If you could, please.
Okay.
What, if any, conclusions did you come to
Oh my
through?
God, I can't. He's like, do I have to? It's the conclusion. We were like in the middle of this when we left because I don't know if you were there. I don't remember if that was the day I went live like a bazillion times. We were watching the fan and the fan moved. And so this is like, he's like, do I have to? Like we were procrastinating. He actually, I cut out a lot of the time there. Like he takes a good while to look at his notes. And then he looks up and then he's like, okay. And then there's another long pause. And then he's like, do you want me to continue? Let's just watch it.
How this collision sequence occurred or how this crash occurred?
Yes. Should I show my report for that, or should you want me to just kind of go off
You
the?
guys gonna look at your report? Is that what?
Yes.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay.
Thank you.
We continue. Okay.
What, if any, conclusions did you come to through the course of your investigation?
So on Saturday, January 29th, 2022, at approximately 12:45.
So you can look at your report, but you can't read your report.
As
So
reading my clue.
Y'all, who thinks of Dr. Hughes and also DSN, who's putting his son to bed, and I think we'll be back shortly, is finally catching up, as in watching Be Heard, and pretty soon he will understand all the Dr. Hughes references, and it's going to be amazing. It's going to be amazing. But for anyone who was there for Be Heard, this whole thing about reading the notes and reading the report, anyway, so many things from that trial that we thought wouldn't get any worse, and like the what if any, of course, is the biggest one. Anyway, yeah, never say never, right?
Conclusions based on what they asked me to do. Okay.
yeah. So I can't hear you.
Sorry.
Okay. So just take your time, read your report, and then answer Mr. Lally's question. And if you need to look at your report, we'll see about that again.
All right.
Ask the question, Mr. Lally.
Based on the totality of your investigation, what, if any, conclusions did you
Objection,
come
unintelligible.
to with regard to how this collision occurred?
So this collision occurred on Saturday, January 29th, 2022, at approximately 12:45 hours. A 2021 Lexus LX 570 was traveling southbound on.
Oh my God, you guys, this is so. I want to watch it again. I want to watch it again. We're backing up a little bit. This is so incredible.
Ask the question, Mr. Lally.
Based on the totality of your investigation,
Right.
what, if any, conclusions did you come to with regard to how this collision occurred?
So this collision occurred on Saturday, January 29th, 2022, at approximately 12:45 hours. A 2021 Lexus LX 570.
With the exception, I will say, not that it was an expert, although they didn't actually officially tender anybody as an expert in this entire trial, which was another weird thing. But there was that emergency room doctor. This guy, hold on. This dude here, just to refresh you guys' memory from like, it feels like forever ago. This guy here.
And following your graduation from there, where did you go to school after that?
So after that, I attended University of Virginia for medical school. Is that what you asked me? I'm sorry. I guess for your question with respect to from a diagnostic perspective, I don't know exactly what you're asking me there.
That guy there, Judge Bev asked him to read from his notes. And we were covering it live at the time, and I was like, what is happening? He had his notes, and she was like, please read from your notes. And I was like, what's going on? I don't know. I don't understand. I don't understand what is happening. So yes, but normally no. So yeah. Yeah, I mean, I know, but okay. They're not supposed to be having anything up there unless they're an expert. And again, they didn't tender anybody as an expert officially, but he couldn't have been an expert anyway because he was a treating doctor, so he cannot be an expert. So he technically would be like I guess not necessarily a lay witness, but just a treating physician. And so they're not supposed to have anything. And anyway, just medical records they can get in as an exception to hearsay. And they could, even if they don't want to, they don't have to submit them to evidence, but they can at least publish them as an exhibit. So, yeah, the difference in the time discrepancy. Yeah. Correct. Yeah. They can look for stuff, but they're supposed to testify from memory. Right. And again, unless they're an expert, they're not supposed to have anything on the stand. So. I mean, yeah, but like they're supposed to read their shit before they come in and testify. Or they can ask to refer to, I mean, that's what we all see. Can I look at it? Right. But she was like, asked him to read from it. It was just really weird. So.
Avenue was traveling southbound on Fairview Road in area 34 Fairview Road.
Objection, Your Honor.
Yeah.
It appears that.
So,
Sorry, I'm trying to oppose it.
You know what? I don't, Mr. Lally, break this down. Ask
Yes.
simple questions so that the witness can answer your questions. We don't need a narrative.
Is there a question simple enough for him? I don't know.
From your investigation, what, if any, conclusions did you come to as to where this collision occurred?
So, all right. So, on the night of Saturday, January 2022, at approximately 12:45 hours, a 2021 Lexus LX 570.
Could you slow down, sir?
So, yes.
So forget all that part,
Okay.
Trooper. Just
right.
answer the question.
Okay.
Where did it occur?
It occurred in the area 34 Fairview Road.
My God.
And who, if anyone, were the participants in this collision sequence?
The operator appeared to be Karen Reed, and the
Supposed to go back and who were the participants in this? He's supposed to go on the evening of January 24th and go back to the beginning again and repeat the same thing like a robot. Oh my God.
pedestrian was John O'Keefe.
And where was the vehicle located in reference to the residence of
Yeah,
34
wait,
Fairview?
that's the wrong date though, isn't it? Wasn't it January 28th? Oh no. Did he say the wrong date? Oh no. Hold on. You're right. And I just copied him. I copied him. I actually said what he said. But see, as I said it, I was like, wait, something's amiss. And then I looked in the chat and Dr. Bob had typed this. Well, reading my mind.
Your investigation, what, if any,
Right,
conclusions
29th,
did you come
okay.
to as to where this...
I guess I was thinking 28th as in not doing the thing of like after midnight, it's the next day because but right. Either way, not the 22nd.
collision occurred.
So, all right. So, on the night of Saturday, January 2022, at approximately 12:45 hours, a 2021 Lexus LX 570.
Could you slow down, sir?
So, yes.
So forget all that part,
Okay.
Trooper. Just
right.
answer the question.
Okay.
Where did it occur?
It occurred in the area 34 Fairview Road.
And who, if anyone, were the participants in this collision sequence?
The operator appeared to be Karen Reed, and the pedestrian was John O'Keefe.
And where was the vehicle located in reference to the
You know,
residence of 34
it
Fairview
is-
Road?
It is interesting they said the operator appeared to be instead of the operator was. You know why? Because they can't prove it.
It was located along the southbound travel lane and to the left side of the house as you look at it from the front.
And as far as the vehicle, what, if any, directionality did it head in, and what, if any, interaction did it have with Mr. O'Keefe?
Directionality.
So the vehicle was traveling in reverse along the southbound travel lane, traveling north.
And how fast was the vehicle traveling and over what distance?
The vehicle traveled up to 24 miles per hour and approximately 62 feet.
And at the time that the vehicle was traveling approximately 24 miles per hour over approximately 62 feet, what, if anything, occurred then?
The right rear of the Lexus struck the pedestrian John O'Keefe.
And post-collision, what, if anything,
Oh my God, did
occurred
you
with
hear
regard
that?
to Mr. O'Keefe?
Hinsmits. Did you hear that? The right rear. He got remember last time? Again, y'all, if you didn't see it, and one of the other things that we were talking about on the last recap was that when he talks about the sequence, then he says it's the left side. I'm sure I have it timestamped. We really broke this down. We replayed it a bunch of times. He says the left side, and I have it timestamped. I can even tell you what I said. I put the timestamp there of does Trooper Paul know left from right? with a question mark. That's what the timestamp says. Well, quick hit smits. I don't even know anymore. I mean, this is, no, it was like her car. It was the right rear, but he said the left. He said left. Like he repeats it like a bunch of times. We listened to that. He says left, like, I don't even know, some crazy number of times in like one sentence. It's kind of insane. The passenger side taillight is the right side. So I'm thinking about just like the pictures here. Like, check it out. Hold on. Let me find one. Let me find a picture of the car. Sorry. No witness, no trial. Aha! All right, there it is. The right taillight. That's the passenger side. See where it's missing? Yes, yes. That's how this has been described. The whole trial, it's been described as if you're looking at it like this, so that it's on the right passenger side. But on Friday, from the previous day of testimony on direct examination, which you can hear on our last recap, Trooper Paul says left about 50 bazillion times, and now he's saying right. So here's what it is. It's been described like that as the right, because looking at it, it's the right. That's how it's been described by everybody the whole trial. But Trooper Paul called it the left the entire time last time, and that's why we were like, what? He's calling it the left side. But see, just like he did with the question about whatever it was at the beginning of the stream where he was said, what was it? Some question that Lolly had asked him that he fucked up last time, and he like did his homework and Googled it and then came in with a memorized answer. It's like that. Someone must have told him over the weekend, hey, by the way, you got it wrong. It's not the left taillight, it's the right taillight. And then he's like, oh, oops. And now he says right. Yes, correct. This is just so you guys can see which side of the car. It was just the first thing I had that I could find easily where you can see which taillight. So you can, however it is that you want to imagine it, again, this whole trial, it's been referred to as the right passenger side taillight. Because even if you're the driver, it's on your right. If you're standing behind the car looking at it, it's on your right. But Trooper Paul kept calling it the left. And now today he's calling it the right again. So let's go back.
Mr. Akis was projected.
Oh my God. So he's trying to correct it, like fix it, I guess.
The vehicle, what if any directionality did it head in, and what if any interaction did it have with Mr. Akis?
So the vehicle was traveling in reverse along the southbound travel lane, traveling north.
And how fast was the vehicle traveling and over what distance?
The vehicle traveled up to 24 miles per hour and approximately 62 feet.
And at the time that the vehicle was traveling approximately 24 miles per hour over approximately 62 feet, what, if anything, occurred then?
The right rear of the Lexus struck the pedestrian, John O'Keefe.
The right rear of the Lexus. So that's correct. But he was calling it the left last time. So.
And post-collision, what, if anything, occurred with regard to Mr. O'Keefe?
Mr. O'Keefe was projected for.
So we have some news here from DSN. Frank Phillips from Boston Globe tweeted, from a good source with contacts in Norfolk County courts, Karen Reed dodged a bullet by 2 holdout votes. The 12-member jury was 10 to convict, 2 to acquit. What? No way. There's no way. Maybe if it's only on count 3 or count 2, maybe. I mean, I can't even see count 2. I could see count 3, maybe. I mean, I can't, but like that's. We heard from that one juror who was an alternate, but she was like, I loved what she said about how even if it wasn't for Trooper Proctor, even if he wasn't even, she said, even like if he didn't even testify, she said the Commonwealth still didn't have a chance because they didn't. She was like, there's just no way. I'm paraphrasing, but you guys probably have already seen it. Hi, Super Planner Girl, happy you're here. So absolutely, Dr. Bob. Dr. Bob knows physics. Honestly, if you want to type, we can do that now. I go where the wind blows. Wait, I go where we are not beholden to anyone. You know what I mean? We do it our own way. So wherever it takes us is where it takes us. And if this makes more sense, like there's no time like the present, right? You know? Like, if you wanted to talk about it, it's up to you, Dr. Bob, because you're the physics expert among us. But we can totally talk about it now. Gang's all here, right? Hold on. Not everybody. We're missing somebody. Hold on. Wait, there we go. He wasn't invited. Oh, I love it so much. It's my favorite thing. I love it. I love it. Oh, God. Right. Exactly. That's exactly what I was thinking. Right. Yeah. We totally could do that. The only thing is that then we can't replay it. You know what I mean? Like we also can't pull up like things or like, I guess if it's related to certain specific points of testimony, you know what I mean? And we need to be able to hear that testimony. But I agree that it's hard with the text limit that YouTube sets with the chat. I totally get it. It's really annoying. So yes, anyway, I'm going to keep playing True or False, but you all let me know if you want to do anything with the physics.
Into the left along the front yard of 34 Fairview Road.
In post-collision with Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, did the defendant's vehicle do?
The Lexus continued traveling in reverse before they left the area.
Now, as far as the vehicle itself, from your inspection, what, if any, role did any mechanical aspects of the vehicle play in this collision?
There were no mechanical defects.
And as far as your analysis of the roadway and other factors related to that, what, if any, role did they play in this collision sequence?
There were no roadway or environmental factors that contribute to this collision.
Now, sir, with respect to your investigation, what, if any, opinions did you draw based on your training and experience in regard to...
Yeah, Dr. Bob. Yeah, Super Planner Girl says, I would say just point out glaring mistakes, but that's like every other second. I know. Dr. Bob, I want to talk about this. I totally want to talk about this. Dr. Bob says, I know this is not a popular statement, but I fault the defense for not proving this to the jury. And we know they don't have to prove anything. I know that you know that. But I have to say, I kind of agree. Y'all who were here when we watched the opening statements live together, I loved Jackson's opening. And I'm sure you guys remember when after the opening, really epic opening, and he kept going on about things that were like the conspiracy type shit, right? And I paused it and I was like, you guys, this is making me nervous. Because the thing is, they only had an hour, and the thing, we're going to recap it, right? And we'll go through it more then. But the Commonwealth had no case. So I don't know necessarily, I don't really understand. Okay. Even if, let's just say this, even if these attorneys, Jackson Yanni, who I adore, even if they 100% know there's a cover up, let's say that they actually have evidence we don't have, because it wasn't admissible at trial. Let's say that there is some explanation as to how everyone in the McAlberts was involved, and there is some sort of conspiracy cover, whatever the case may be, right? Let's say that they know that for a fact. Even if that was the case, it would still be risky to really go hard into that because A, anyone who's pro law enforcement is going to have a hard time believing that. B, if you can't get the evidence in that supports it, people are going to have a hard time believing it. C, burden shifting. That's the biggest problem of all right there, the burden shifting. And you want to know how many times, y'all, I heard it even today. I think it was, I can't remember if it was on Lawyer, but it wasn't, obviously it wasn't him. It was like somebody did a super chat and they were saying like how even people who have all this trial experience, like trial watching experience, I guess, or whatever, there's still all these people that keep coming out and saying the defense didn't prove their case. It's like people who know that that's not a burden, they've like forgotten that throughout the course of this trial because of how hard the defense has been trying to prove things, that it's like an automatic shift there in people's brains. And they're just like thinking they're like, that's where people are at now. So had they just focused on the Commonwealth's fucked up case that didn't even exist, like it wasn't even a case. It's all you had to do and there would be no risk. Like there's only risk with adding in the other theories. There's only risk. And there's really no reward because again, in this case, it's just you're confused. You could be confusing people. I'm just talking about Jackson's closing. Yeah, Jackson's closing. Yanetti's opening, I didn't have that same feeling. Having said that, I didn't have any context for it because I didn't know anything about this trial. But the closing arguments, I don't know. Even if they hammered the theory hard in the opening, for some reason, for me, it's worse hearing it in closing after what we just saw, because it's like you couldn't have any idea how bad the Commonwealth's case would be at the beginning. Like if someone was like, hey, this is going to be this bad, you'd be like, there's no way. But at the end of it, then you know. And it's just you're in a different point. You're in a different point, you know? It's like, even if it's unimaginable. It was unimaginably only doubt. I just don't even know. That's exactly right. Dr. Bob said it perfectly. We all here could have taken this case apart brick by brick and we are not making $450,000. Yes. Right. Exactly. Yeah. Trooper Paul alone. Absolutely. Yep. And that's a good point, right? If they did set the expectations, I mean, I think they kind of met the expectations. I just think that the expectations, if anything, distracted. Let's say they even proved the expectations, it's still just distracting from the point. Because you know what? The McAlberts are not on trial. That's the other thing, right? Even if they proved it, it's still just distracting from the point. The point is the Commonwealth didn't prove their case. Yeah. Right. And I actually said that during the live stream. I was like, the things that I loved about the themes I loved from his closing, like the looking the other way. And then my favorite part of the entire thing was, I see the truth and I will not ever look the other way. All of that, the things that were really good, he could have still done, but instead of taking them and applying them to the McAlberts or he could have applied it to the investigation and the Commonwealth's case. He could have done all the same themes and he could have hit all the same points, but instead of directing them at the McAlberts, he could have directed it at, you know, the investigation. Like I said, like the reasonable doubt. I mean, it's just, but we'll go through that more when we get to the closing. But like, I was like, dang, you know, like it was, yeah. And the other things too is like, I know I've said this. I actually heard lawyer, say it. Was it today? Like I've been saying all along that he wasn't hit by a car. Not just he wasn't hit by Karen's car or Karen didn't hit him with a car. He wasn't hit by a car. But I heard Larry say that actually. And it came up like he said it in passing. Like someone was asking a question about blah, 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 something else, something about a retrial in the chart, whatever the fuck. But as he was answering the question, he was like, well, because John O'Keefe wasn't hit by a car, da, 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 da. It was like that, as if it's like just common knowledge that he wasn't hit by a car. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm so glad you just said that. Because like, that's what I think. So he wasn't hit by a car. Like, you can't charge anyone. He would, unless it's for something other than a car, right? Like it's just. That's a good thought. And I hadn't even thought of that. If Karen Reed was actually pushing them to kind of go that route. Possible. Having said that, though, attorneys, man, if they will tell the client if the client recommends something and they don't think it's the right path. That happens all the time. So if they didn't think it was a good idea and she was pushing them, they wouldn't do it. It's actually it's actually part of the ABA, like the code of ethics that they have to adhere to. It's like a part of their duties as an attorney when they take, like, it's like I'm trying to remember the exact languaging, but like they have to do what is like the best thing for the client. You know what I mean? It's just, I have no idea. Yeah, I don't know. I know we're all just very confused. And like, I just have to say, like, it was rough. It was rough. I felt really exhausted yesterday. And like, by the end of the day, and like, I don't know, it was weird. I felt very overwhelmed. It's like I can't even really try to can't think too hard about how this happened, because it's just like, it's like too depressing in a way. Okay. All right. Yeah. Well, that makes sense. That's good. Yeah, I still think, and this could be just me, but I do still think it's entirely possible that the languaging in the jury notes was the foreperson who we can tell from the languaging is very intelligent, diplomatic, thoughtful, intentional in their wording. We also heard from that alternate juror that they had a lot of camaraderie. They were like getting along really well and shit. So I wouldn't be surprised if the languaging that some people have analyzed and been like, oh, this means it's like multiple people. I would not be surprised if it was worded like that so that no one felt singled out, because they all respect each other as people and they didn't want anyone to feel like the outcast or feel like a target, or feel like maybe they could even get some backlash or just feel ostracized or whatever, because it's a big deal if it was just one, right? Or even if it was two, or even if it was three. So I still, I don't read into that. Now, if it wasn't such a thoughtfully written letter, right? And if it wasn't apparent that the foreperson was so thoughtful and very careful, the wording, you can tell he or she spent a lot of time writing it, If it was just like, we can't come up with a verdict or something like that, and then blah, blah, and made it sound like there was, half and half or whatever the case is, multiple holdouts, but without saying it that way, it'd be a bit different. Dr. Bob says, so I have no real inside info, but here's something for all of us to think about. If Karen Reed went backwards at 24 hours and he leaped out of the car and then fell on his head and dies, that's manslaughter. Yeah, we hadn't even thought about that if he jumped out of the car. Hey, does that mean Trooper Paul was onto something with like the forward projection and the pirouette? No. We can't say that. Wait, I want to know what you're talking yourself out of. Jumped out of the way. Oh, I see what you're saying. I thought you were saying jumped out of the car. Okay. Yeah. It still seems really implausible, though, that she backed up at 24 miles an hour. I think it was Fender the other day put it in the chat for something. I don't remember which live stream it was, but that like the world record or something for fastest backing up driver, I think it was like 30 something miles an hour. Were any of you guys here and do you remember? It was slow. It was because it is so, it's like what the Crash Daddies said, that it's like impossible. It's like really hard to drive backwards that fast. So, but like it was not that fast. It was, I think it was 30 something miles per hour. So for her to go 24, she would have to be secretly some sort of like stunt driver. So there's that. I mean, that like, I think that the problem is like that speed is based on his chart. We tore that chart we tore it apart. You guys have to go watch it if you missed it. It's timestamped. On the last live stream, we tore it apart. Everything that chart is based on, there's so many errors. We would be here for years to go through them all. But that 24 mile, I will say the 20, anything on that chart could have happened anywhere. That's literally, it could have happened anywhere because there's no time. And the only sense of time that he's going off of is the odometer. And the only way he's getting that, because he couldn't actually read the odometer, it's not like in Murdoch where they actually get telemetry data. He's guessing it based on the Google Map directions. I mean, it's absolutely insane. Oh, here's Kit Smits. John and Karen had an argument, maybe. John gets out of the car, throws glass at the car in frustration, taillight cracks. He turns, slips. Yeah. I don't know why you were talking yourself out of that. That seems plausible. Oh, wait, why can't you finish it? Yes. It came from Trooper Paul. Remember, that means we should just go ahead and assume it's this. Okay. Oh, I want to hear what's implausible. Let's go through it. Why do we need more stuff, though? Like, isn't that enough right there? Why do we need it? What's the afterword? Oh, the arm wounds. The arm wounds, it could have been, I know I've said this before, it could have been a random animal. It could have been a neighbor's dog. It could have been a stray dog. It could have been a coyote. It could have been a wildcat. Shout out to the wildcat from Murdoch. You know what I mean? It always does top chat automatically unless you put it on live chat, which for us, I don't think it makes a difference. They're probably exactly the same. But YouTube automatically does that. Have you just never noticed that before? Dr. Bob, I don't know how we would do that because, hold on.
There's no evidence of anything in this case.
So I don't know. But it's a good idea. I mean, some night I think what you're thinking about here, you're like, okay, what we will probably end up doing, I would imagine, guys, if we can tolerate the lolly, we can do a Murdoch style on this trial where it's gavel to gavel and pull in all the context, including the pretrial shit, just like we did with Murdoch, right? When it comes up in testimony, we bring in all the context and we deep dive the fuck out of it, you know? And that's when you've got the context because the trial is over. When you go through everything, I can have all these presentations ready, like I did for, you know, Murdoch style. And but yeah, it's not one night, you know, it's months. So to do it right. Yeah, random animal. Right. Oh no, DSN, are we not seeing am I seeing your messages? Well, I guess there's no way we can know that because like I may just not. Well, I might not. I'm okay. Hold on. I'm sure I don't. You know, I try to read every single message, but sometimes it's, you know, I might not see everything, but I think I see. See, great example. I just scrolled up and I did not see Candace say this before. Could have been a swamp hog. Great point, Candace. See, I'm glad I double checked. It's not like it didn't appear. It's just I didn't see it because I was probably pulling up Wally just a second ago. Yeah, I kind of agree with you on this. The arm wounds are such a red herring, though, because regardless of who you stand with, the dog bite didn't cause his death. Yeah, right. That's a really good point, Super Planner Girl. I really agree. Wait, who's mad at you? What is going on? Oh, Super Planner Girl. Oh, I don't blame you. I know it's hard. Yeah, I love the Devil's Advocate. So I'm right now. My biggest concern is what DSN or what is happening. Who are you JKing? What is JK about? I'm so confused. What's the JK? Did I? Okay. First things first. Did I miss a message that I needed to see? First of all, did I miss anything? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. But even still, I'm still wondering, was there, it looked like there was a message that got missed, though. Was there a message that got missed? Okay, yeah, I didn't see your theory. Hold on. It was a theory about how he died? Maybe it didn't come through. Honestly, maybe it didn't come through. Hold on. Sorry. I'm not seeing it. I'm scrolling up. I don't know. Maybe it didn't come through DSN, honestly. So I don't know. You can resend it. Oh, okay. Hold on. I don't know. Let me see if that came through. Uh-oh. Hold on. I don't see that actually. I don't see it. I don't know, ma'am. Oh, well, I definitely didn't see this because Weasel. No, yeah, that didn't come through. Weird. I don't know. Did anybody else see this? I did not see that. Okay. Well, I'm glad you said something. Guys, now we know. If ever you feel like somebody's missing something that you said that they would have reacted to and they didn't, say it again because maybe there's something happening with you too. DSN, brilliant theory. He hits his head on the car and falls back, hitting his head on the back of the curb. Then a plow or a dog gets him, or a weasel bite from Proctor. We did it, guys. Case closed. Yeah, exactly. See, that's what I said. Right, exactly. Yeah, that's how he knew something was up, because he's like, why is no one saying anything? Because we love weasels around here. We love the weasels. Oh my God. No, that's great. A weasel bite from Proctor. I mean, a weasel could have done the scratches, though. Do they have weasels over there? I bet they do. Like, what if the oh my God. Remember, there was no dog DNA, guys, right? Maybe it was a weasel. Oh no, what if it really was a weasel? Oh no. I know. I know. Oh my God, you guys, we did it. We did it. We did it, guys. We solved it. Yay. Oh man. Yep. If Trooper Paul was an animal, what animal would he be? I know. This might be the most important thing that we do in our entire lives is accurately name this animal. This is a big deal. Oh, you got it. That's it. That's it. Super Planner Girl. 1 billion points for you. Oh my God. Yes. Yes. Done. That was too easy though. Fuck. Titmouse also good. Oh God. Oh man, this is great. We can still, you know what? I'm still gonna take other animal suggestions because this is fun. We love you back, Dr. Bob. Oh, it's like whose line is it anyway, where I never remember the first part of the sentence and the points don't matter. That's never going to happen, so y'all don't have to worry about it. It's funny though, when I was doing Duffy Herd, I had to do like a couple random live streams that I just didn't even know what I was doing at all. They were just, I'm sure they were just complete and utter disasters in every possible way. And it's really funny because like I didn't have any reference for like what is like a lot of people in the chat or whatever, but like I had like hundreds of people in the chat back then, and the live streams were just me like, I don't know what's happening. It was a complete disaster. Oh, anyway, all right. So it's funny. A hairless cat, that's also a good one. Okay. See, Kitsmits is great because she's accurately naming the slogan, but here's the thing, it's become a tradition now, and I'm a big fan of traditions. It's become a tradition that I don't know the first half of that sentence. And see, we've made it like, I started saying that at some point during this trial. So it's been weeks where I've said that saying in the same way with the tradition that I don't know the first half. And so we're going to have to stick with that. But I appreciate that you know it and that you're helping me. Absolutely. Let me tell Nightbot. Hey, Nightbot. Nightbot. Hey, will you change Kitmitz's command, please? He's like, okay. Oh, I love Nightbot. Okay, let's see here. It's so great that DSN's watching Duffy Herd. I know I've said that a bazillion times, but he's going to get a lot of the inside jokes with that. I mean, I assume that everybody else here has watched it. I mean, I know for a fact that most people have. One thing that's funny, in case anyone, so like I'd forgotten about it until DSN said he was watching the trial, and I was like, oh my god, I completely forgot about this. But I forgot that when I was doing the sidebars, it was like coming up on Christmas, and so like, you know, things evolve, right? Like the Lane voice kind of evolved over time, and then the sidebar songs evolved over time, and then as it started approaching December, the sidebar songs evolved into holiday songs, and it's just like it's so insane. It's just really, it's like the holiday sidebar songs that are so unhinged, and it gets so silly. Okay, Kit Smits. Good morning, Fender. Oh my gosh, that's crazy. Well, I don't know, man. If I could clone myself, we could also be doing another Duffy Herd thing. Yes, Bob got a command. Dr. Rob just got a command tonight. Yes, yes. Yeah. I mean, his head is shaved very clean. There's that. I'm sorry. I have to pull this back up again. Hold on. A shaved chihuahua is also good. I love all of it. I love it. We can keep all the animals coming. Fender, since you just got here, we were deciding what was Trooper Paul's spirit animal. Oh, it's so good. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. Also, we were saying how maybe the real way that John O'Keefe died, or at least the way he got his scratches, or no, yeah, the way he got his scratches and died was he got scratched by a rabid weasel that he got, and the scratches got infected, and the weasel was Trooper Proctor. No, there's no such thing. It's not. Keep in mind that there's trials that are taxing, like emotionally. That trial is not one of them. I will just say that. I mean, first of all, it's not a criminal trial, right? It's civil. But and while there's things in there that will piss you off, it's not anything like most criminal trials, and nothing like Karen Reed. I mean, it's actually, in my mind, it's a light trial. Like in my mind, it's light. It's a lighthearted trial compared to other trials, if that makes sense. So but there's just a lot, Elaine. It's just like with everything in life, right? The parts that people talk about are the parts that don't matter. I just thought that was so stupid that that's what people were talking about. I didn't even remember that until like just now. Like, I just don't, it's just silly and it's disappointing and that's why we have to cover things, right? Because if we didn't, that's all we would know. Like, all people would know is what they see on social media or what they see on CNN, or like I'm saying CNN only because of the example I gave earlier with my mom. But you miss out on the actual things that matter or are actually funny. Whether it's things that matter or things that are actually really funny, you're not going to get them from where you normally would get just a synopsis of things, Oh yeah, they really are. Yep. Right. The blind thing, you guys, the blind thing would explain a lot, wouldn't it? Because he gets his left and right mixed up. Right. He gets the left and right mixed up. Credit where credit is due. Again, they're time stamped from the last live stream. He does accurately and correctly add 5 + 4 = 9. And he also accurately identifies the steering wheel. They're time stamped. I have time stamps when he gets those things right. He correctly added 5 + 4 = 9, and he correctly named and identified a steering wheel. So just credit where credit is due. Having said that, I think you can be blind and still do those things. So. The connections to his animal are deep. It's a very deep, deep connection to his spirit. And Kit Smits, I think he's blind. Right. Wait, hold on. What was that I was going to pull up? Elaine, are you saying when Elaine was objecting? Her mic was always off, first of all, when she was objecting. Elaine, your mic. Elaine, your mic. Elaine, your mic. Your microphone, Elaine. But my favorite thing, well, one of my favorite things was from Judge A to Elaine when she finally had enough. And this is a quote, an actual direct quote that Nightbot is going to say. From Judge A to Elaine. Here it is. I know DSN is just getting started. Kidsmits, I know that you're. I just wanted to say I appreciate that you're being, compassionate and thoughtful and everything. I've what was it? I'll quote you from the other night. My empathy is exhausted. My memory isn't, something like that. Right. When it comes to Trooper Ball. So yeah, but I appreciate it that's why I love you guys.
This collision and how it occurred.
May I look at my report real quick? Just to make sure.
Yes.
Thank you. So throughout my investigation,
Oh boy.
this appeared to be a single car collision involving a pedestrian. The vehicle was traveling at a higher acceleration when sorry. The vehicle accelerated at a high rate of speed before she struck the pedestrian John O'Keefe on the roadway and subsequently left him at the scene.
He did it. I know.
And with respect to the backup safety system that you observed in this vehicle and made use of in the course of your visit.
Hey, Kidsmits, have fun. I love that. Yay. Excellent. I hope you have a great time.
Visibility analysis, what, if any, role is it your opinion that played in how this crash occurred?
Based on the visibility analysis. So even
I didn't mean to pause.
even if the camera systems were covered in snow, even the systems were defective anyway, and even the mirrors were blocked, an attentive and a reasonable operator would not travel in reverse, especially at a high rate of speed. They would have cleaned the mirrors off. They would have made the cameras and systems, if they worked, if they didn't work, they would have done all this prior to accelerating in reverse.
The objection sustained.
Move to strike.
Better strike that.
Now, with respect to your observations during the course of the visibility analysis, the exemplar pedestrian that you placed in the right rear of the vehicle, was that exemplar pedestrian visible to you at the time that you conducted that visibility analysis?
Yes, it was.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Okay. Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thunder, you're just in time, y'all.
Sir, do you have any, do you hold any degrees in the scientific discipline of mathematics?
I do not.
Do you hold any degrees in the scientific discipline of physics?
I do not.
Hold any
the best
degrees in
thing
the
ever.
scientific discipline of biomechanics?
No.
How about in engineering?
No.
How about in
What is
kinematics?
Jackson's
No.
The highest degree that you do hold, sir?
I have an associate's degree.
In what?
Administration of justice.
You mentioned kinematics.
That pissed me off when I heard it the first time. I was like, you've got to be fucking really the administration of justice. I'm like, that's just, it makes me sickening, really. But yes, you guys be thinking about, we can do spirit animals for Jackson Unetti as well.
On Friday, do you hold any certificates in the specific area of kinematics?
Yes, it's covered in the
Doesn't even
basic
know what it
crash
is.
investigation classes.
Okay, so you took a class, in other words, correct?
Multiple classes.
It's the idea of what kinematics is, right?
Correct.
You testified about that on Friday.
Yes.
Define kinematics, if it's yours.
It deals with the aspect of motion.
It's a subfield of what broader field?
Kinematics.
There it is, guys. That's one of my
Kinematics
favorite ones. Sorry, that was one of my favorite parts. Deals with the aspect of motion. Hold on. We have to hear that again because I've been like referencing this quote ever since it happened, which was like weeks ago.
Specific area of kinematics.
Yes, it's covered in the basic crash investigation classes.
Okay, so you took a class, in other words, correct?
Multiple classes.
They introduced the idea of what kinematics is, right?
Correct.
Testified about that on Friday.
Yes.
Define kinematics, that's yours.
It deals with the aspect of motion.
It's a subfield of what broader field?
Kinematics.
Kinematics is a subfield of what broader discipline
hold on,
of
guys.
science?
So, by the way,
I'm not sure.
I need to pause this. Dr. Bob, they're in your territory right now, right? For anyone who's listening and doesn't know, Dr. Bob is a retired physics teacher and school principal, and I'm sure much more than that, but that's what we know so far. So, Dr. Bob, feel free to correct me or add anything to that. But here we go. We're gonna listen one more time because it's that good, bad, both.
Specific area of kinematics.
Yes, it's covered in the basic crash investigation classes.
Okay, so you took a class, in other words, correct?
Multiple classes.
Yeah, that's appropriate.
Introduced the idea of what kinematics is,
Yeah.
right?
Correct.
Testified about that on Friday.
Yes.
Define kinematics, that's yours.
It deals with the aspect of motion.
It's a subfield of what broader field?
Kinematics.
It's like
Kinematics is a
when
subfield.
when we were watching this live and Jackson goes, it's a subcategory of what much broader field, and I went in my head, I went physics. I'm
of what broader discipline of science?
I'm not sure.
Big physics, correct?
Yes.
And it describes how points and objects and systems of objects, how they move, and
I
how
like
the rate they move and
Betty.
the rate of their velocity, correct?
It deals with emotions.
What's that called? The rate of
Sorry, that's another one. He adds to it. Hold on. By the way, we could also do this where we do spirit animal and spirit dog, because I mean, otherwise it might just be too hard. Let me edit this. He does give another answer here. Hold on, maybe I just want to change it. Let me back it up just a smidgen here. Hold on.
correct?
Yes.
And it describes how points and objects and systems of objects, how they move and how the rate they move and
I'm gonna have a
the
hard
rate of their
time
velocity,
getting through
correct?
It deals with emotions.
What's that called? The rate of velocity. What's another word for that?
this.
The rate of velocity.
Acceleration.
I mean, it
know
deals with the
Oh my god.
motion. It deals with forward,
You can't-
and also deals with speed. It deals with travel and speed.
There it is.
If something's moving, it's
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, hold on. I'm trying to type this up onto the thing. Hold on.
What's that called? The rate of velocity. What's another word for that?
the rate of velocity.
Correct.
I mean, it deals with the motion. It deals with forward, and also deals with speed. It deals with travel and speed. If something's moving, it also has a speed to it.
Right. The word you're looking for is acceleration, correct?
Sure.
What role does acceleration play in the field of kinematics?
What role does acceleration play in kinematics?
Correct.
It talks about, like you just said, it talks about the speed and talks about motion.
Is kinematics also known as the geometry of motion? Is that correct?
I have not heard that.
Never heard that. What's the difference between constrained and unconstrained motion?
Constrained and unconstrained motion.
Yep.
That's
Yep.
what I asked.
Yep.
Constrained motion. I can't recollect at the moment.
Constrained motion is motion on a predetermined
God.
path, isn't it?
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Unconstrained motion is what?
Oh my god.
When it doesn't have a predetermined path.
Free movement, correct?
Correct.
Good.
Oh my
Remember
God.
that from your class?
For the most part, we don't go that in depth of constrained and unconstrained.
Oh. You don't go that in depth, really? Really? Go figure, right? We need to do something real quick because it came up and it is just so appropriate. And this is, I need to, this is so painful. This is so painful, but we're going to just watch this really quick. So I don't know. Cause I don't even know. I like want to laugh and cry at the same time with this. It's okay. Let's do. Hold on. All right. Real quick.
Put my hands in their armpits to determine how warm they are. This is one of the things we do sometimes to try and estimate a time of death. Is the body cold? Is the body warm? And one of the other things we check
This
for
is
is
why
what
the
they call
prosecution called the
Riger.
pathologist.
And Riger is basically when a person dies, the body goes through this process. And as it goes through this process, your joints start to stiffen up.
Is it Riger or Rigger? I'm not sure how you pronounce it.
I call it Riger.
I call it Rigger, but so I'll.
Most people call it rigor.
That's fine.
I said right. Was there Rigger or Riger?
There was not.
Show me what you did, and you did it both to Paul.
Oh,
and-
God.
Yes.
Oh, please don't stick your hands in Dick's armpits. Oh, no.
But you know what's going to happen.
Sure.
No.
Paul,
I'm dying.
where
I'm
did you
dying.
put
I'm
your
dying.
hand?
Like, you know what's
They were
coming.
covered with the sheet
You know what's coming.
when I got there.
You know what's coming. You can't stop it. You can't. There's nothing we can do to stop this from happening right now.
And you went up to Paul, and where did you put your hand?
Oh, God. Here we go.
Which way Paul was.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Basically, what I did is I lifted his arm up just a little bit here, and I stick my hand up into the armpit.
Thank you, Coroner. Please answer any questions.
Here we go. This is the part. This is my favorite part. So, a new character. Who is this guy? Literally, who are you? Who are you?
Who is that?
Like,
Mr. Harvey.
this conversation between these two, it's like they walked into, it's like Creighton and Poot walked into like a retirement home or something and just found two individuals that maybe have like Alzheimer's or dementia, but they're like harmless, and like just pulled them in. You guys want to play trial? Let's do trial day, dress up, and literally bring them in. I mean, this
Who is this?
And you did not use rectal or any sort of thermometer on that night.
No, sir.
Why are there new characters?
And isn't it true that the best way to determine the actual time of death, particularly in a violent homicide, is to take the temperature?
Yes, sir.
Yet, as I understand your testimony, correct me if I'm wrong, you really do not have a general idea as to when that incident actually occurred.
That's right. Yes, sir. That's true.
Because you didn't take the temperature, correct?
Right. And thermometers are not always accurate either. So, and that's one thing that we've learned over the years. I mean, we do have, and actually we now have the, I can't think, ultraviolet light, the light that shoots for the forehead. But what I've determined with that is that it's not necessarily accurate, is that I may shoot it at the forehead and it'll say 99 degrees, but if I shoot it in your ear, it might say 103.
That's right.
So, I mean, they're not necessarily accurate either.
That's correct. And it's also impacted by body weight, correct?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Age, elderly
Yes, sir.
versus youth, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the weather.
Yes, sir.
correct?
Yes, sir.
If they were covered by a
Yes, sir.
sheet, that
Which
would,
they were at that time when I initially got
that
it.
could maintain something.
Yes, sir.
If they got wet through rain, that could affect it.
That could, yeah, that could
And
definitely.
you had rain at that time, didn't you?
It had not rained hard at that point. Both
Not
of their
hard.
both of their hairs were heads of hair were dry.
But the bodies were warm, correct?
Yes, sir.
Based upon
And
your,
Riger had not started.
yeah, and that usually begins to occur within
Riger.
1 to 3 hours.
1 to 3 hours.
He
So
doesn't
that's the
dispute
time
that's
frame that I
Riger.
was looking at.
Okay. And you
doesn't
walked
dispute it.
around the area, got close to them.
He's like, yeah, Riger's fine with me.
Yes,
Is
sir.
that
I
correct?
can't.
And you were walking in the scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yep, we established that.
No further questions.
Sir,
Mic drop. Mic drop, you guys. He's like, no further. I can't.
2 questions.
Sure.
Do you remember when Sled showed up?
I do have probably the times for that.
Oh, you guys, I forgot about this part. Y'all, if you only knew how much.
This is the defense's first witness. I see why the state called the pathologist and not the coroner. Could you imagine if the state had called this guy, what the defense cross-examination would be like? Because I can.
I did not see Sled.
Okay, I'm not joking when I tell you the amount of dead silence that I had cut from this was unbelievable. To answer this, and the funniest thing is, like, sometimes there's silence, but there's like background noise, or people are talking, or like there's papers shuffling, or there's something happening. Literally, the whole courtroom is not even. It's like everyone takes a nap, and they have time. It literally was like everyone took a nap. By the way, and like literally, it's actually funny. Like it's I don't know. It's a long time where he's just looking for the time he got there. That's it. Should be on the first page, but whatever. And literally Poot, I think, starts to fall asleep. That's why I started making the joke about the nap, because Poot is just standing there and you can see him in the camera and his eyes are just glazing over and he forgets what he was even doing. And then eventually he like wakes up and comes to, and he's like, never mind, don't worry about it. He doesn't even finish answering the question because Poot's like, this is just taking too long. It's so good. This was the defense's first witness, which they called on purpose to make the state look bad, is what it was clear. However, it didn't matter because the state ended up using a forensic pathologist. This is why we ended up doing a whole deep dive on coroner versus medical examiner versus forensic pathologist. We all learned so much through that. And guys, all of us here in the Squirrel crew that were there will never be confused about that. And we can also help those in other places where people everywhere are always still confused about those differences, and we can help them. Yeah, definitely. Yep. That video. It was that video. The video did it. The video did it in. Yep. Did you not watch that trial, Fender? Because I don't even have words if that's a no. We're gonna have to just like figure out how to fix that. I mean, it's my favorite trial of all time. Everyone, y'all know. Okay, back to this after that palate cleanser.
Constrained and unconstrained, not restrained.
That's what I said. Sorry, unconstrained. Yes.
But yes, I brought that up because I think it was Super Planner Girl was like, was it you, Super Planner Girl? Somebody was like, Coroner Armpits would have done a better job. And yes.
Kinematics uses algebraic formula to model these motions, right? The motions of these points. Systems of points,
oh yeah.
correct?
Yes.
And it includes concepts like displacement and speed, velocity, distance, acceleration, which we've talked about, correct?
Correct.
And it looks at how these things, these values vary over a point in time or duration in time. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you actually understand the physics behind the study of kinematics?
Oh boy.
Yes.
The word you learned in class.
Yes, we had to go over the physics part of it.
Oh my God.
On Friday, you said that this incident is a pedestrian strike from a vehicle. You reiterated that again this morning. Is that right?
Correct.
I want to be clear. That is your opinion based on your training and experience, correct?
Yes.
Based on your training and experience. Huh.
And on Friday, you said you based that opinion on the fact that you noted a half mile an hour decrease in speed and a steering input of less than 10 degrees at some point in that reverse motion, correct?
Yay, Dr.
I,
Bell.
I said,
Excellent. I was just asking if you were back because we're back to the physics. I love it. It's funny. Every time I've noticed this when I've been doing the time scripts, almost every time I've just randomly paused it to say something during any trooper call, it happens to be like when it's like an unflattering pause. And anyway, it's just funny. It's not on purpose, right? It just happens. So Dr. Bob says, here's my first thing in regard to physics. Yay, physics. Also, speaking of physics, in Murdoch, there's a lot of funny things about physics there with that defense expert, Mike Sutton, the guy who offers the two 5'2" vigilantes as an alternate theory, the two 5'2" vigilantes who have trained all their lives for this moment. And his answer to a lot of questions is, it's just physics. Oh my God. Y'all, I just love that trial so much. You need to know exactly where the body was in order to do any of these calculations. Okay, that makes sense. Let me ask you a question, Dr. Bob. Is there any way that without knowing exactly where the body was, that you could figure out, what is the question I'm looking for? Is there any way they could have figured out where the body was without having measured it? I guess not, right? Like, huh. Right. Fender says, I think even the best pause game would make him look bad. Right. Great point. Yeah. Pause game. Yes. That was the word I was looking for. So you need to know exactly where the body was in order to do any of these calculations. Then you work backwards from a fixed point. Right. Yeah. Nope.
that was consistent.
they're way off.
That data point in general was consistent with something that you would see within data of a pedestrian striker striking something else. I do go in my report saying I can't say that's definitively where a pedestrian was struck, but
I'm sorry,
it wasn't definitively. Sorry, in my report I do say I can't say that is definitively where the pedestrian struck. Definitively, yes.
Okay, so you're going to have to slow down and.
So I said this the last time too. I really want to get my hands on a transcript of this because of words like clown clockwise, definitely. They have to type what is said. Like, just so you guys know, I learned this from reading the sidebars from Debbie Heard. Unless it's really clear what the word is, but he said some of these same words incorrectly time and time again. Their job is to be accurate. It's not to fix the way that people speak. Like, they have to type it in. So this transcript, imagine what this transcript is going to look like from his time on the stand. I don't know how they're going to do it, honestly, but they have to try to figure out what he's saying, even when it's mumbling and words that are, he says definitely. I actually don't even know which one's correct, to be honest with you. I just know that it's a cream. He was going for definitively. But you can't feel, see, the thing is, every time I almost would have a little bit of empathy for him, I am reminded that he is the expert witness. Remember, they're trying to get a guilty verdict for someone who didn't do something and get her thrown in jail for the rest of her life using this dude's testimony. And he's not even qualified. I mean, imagine if people bought what he said, right? When it's complete and utter bullshit and he's not qualified and the things didn't happen in the first place. The list would go on and on. It's like it should be illegal, right? It's like actually, in a way, it's a good thing that he's so terrible at his job, right? Because what if it was someone who actually was smart enough to be convincing, right? But the goal here is to have him get a guilty verdict for the Commonwealth. So
Speak up, okay?
All right.
You just said, I just want to make sure I'm hearing you correctly. I
don't even know.
You said you cannot say definitively that resulted in a pedestrian strike.
That data point within the text stream data is what I'm talking about.
Okay.
That specific point, that time frame.
Because there's a multitude of reasons why when someone is driving in reverse, they might slow down by a half a mile an hour, right?
It's when I say when it's consistent, it's because there's the other aspects of it is the fact that the accelerator is consistently strong.
Yes, Dr. Bob, what you said here is really important. I totally need to know what you're saying. He's saying those important questions trial had to come from the medical examiners. Was Officer O'Keefe incapacitated from the head injury? If so, he died where he was and he did not move from there. Now you have your fixed point because he did not move after he landed. Exactly. And we do know that he would have been instantly incapacitated and unconscious, right? And he would have died shortly thereafter. We do know that. So he from the testimony that we heard about the head injury is that it would have I actually said this on a different live stream that it was surprising to me then how much it reminded me of the description from Paul Murdoch when the Irish fellow was testifying. I don't remember his name off the top of my head, but for the defense, the Irish fellow, it was surprising to me when he was describing the head injury because of course they're completely different, right? Like the head, obviously, but the way that he described how he would have immediately dropped to the ground instantaneously was exactly like what was described with Paul Murdoch. Now with Paul, of course, he would have also been dead, but in this case, it was like instantly you would have dropped to the ground. You're incapacitated, and then he would have died shortly thereafter. So yeah. Right. I do think it's still a problem. Not that they wouldn't have done that, right? Obviously, but also they didn't. No one actually knew where he and well, they didn't measure where he was, right? So that's the other problem. Y'all, I still think he hit his head on the freaking fire hydrant. Do you have a theory, Dr. Bob? My theory, this is what's so funny. Like the first week of this trial, when I started covering this and shit, I'll tell you what happened. Before we heard anything from anybody, I saw this fire hydrant from the jury view. Where is it? I saw it was like the day of the jury view or whatever, right? And I was watching it, and I had just accidentally seen the head injury to John O'Keefe when I was looking for something else online. Here we go. And I accidentally saw it, and it was the day of the jury view, and I saw this fire hydrant, and literally I knew like we didn't have anything, and I was like, you know what? I saw that head injury, and I was like, that's a very specific type of injury. And then I saw this, and I was like, huh, because we know he was found right there, and I was like, you know what? That very specific type of head injury. It looks like he could have fallen and hit his head on the top of that fire hydrant. Let's look at the next picture. So I don't know. That still to me is probably a likely, if not the most likely cause of the head injury, at least, right? I mean, insert Jaws music. Yes. See the pointy, hold on. Let me move this. Hold on. Let me move this cute squanguen up here. That pointy thing. I think that, y'all, is the culprit. The pointy thing on the top of the fire hydrant. I think that thing needs to be charged with second-degree murder. And then maybe also Trooper Proctor, because it seems like the infected weasel bites also were a contributing factor. Right, not dead, but never moved again. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, my understanding is he was unconscious immediately, right, from the head injury. That's how the Irish dude described it. He was found to the left of the fire hydrant. He was found. Let me go back to the previous picture. We also broke this down a whole lot on the last live stream as well with Dr. Bob, because he's actually been here to this yard, by the way. Yeah, I thought all you guys were all privy to this because I feel like I've mentioned this a bazillion times. But Yes. Way to the left. Correct. Yes. He was found to the left. This is like this is like my first theory of the case before we ever even heard of the snowplow and anything. Like my first theory was to the case when I knew that he was found to the left of the fire hydrant. I accidentally saw the head wound, and then I saw this the day of the jury view, saw this fire hydrant, and I was like, I bet he hit his head on that fire hydrant. That's what it seems like to me. Oh, you're saying he was too far to have hit his head on it? Oh, to the right of the fire hydrant. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought it was the left. This is the new dance? That's hilarious. Okay, I thought he was close. So my understanding is he was close enough to the fire hydrant. And again, the other thing too, guys, is right, we don't have that much of a perspective, right, in terms of how far these are. Let me go back. Let me see if there's another picture where we can get a better idea of the distance, because Dr. Bob has been to this yard. Okay, so here's what it comes to. Here we go. This is a better picture. So almost to the flagpole. So it's still kind of hard to tell from this picture, right? But I guess it sounds like maybe he was too far from the fire hydrant to have moved if he had his head on it, maybe. I don't know. If that's the case, then I'm out of ideas, because to me that seemed like the most likely option. Right, because no one measured stuff. I know. So, you know what? I'm thinking that you're okay. I think that to the right of the fire hydrant, I think you might be thinking of it differently than I like. When you say to the right of the fire hydrant, Dr. Bob, are you saying further away from the road? Because that's what I'm saying, and I'm calling it the left. And this is where it's like left and right again, which is really funny. But I could see how you could be saying to the right if you're imagining going along along like parallel to the road. I'm looking at it not parallel to the road, but I'm looking at it straight on as a picture. If that makes any sense. But I think that we might be actually indicating the same place. Okay, yeah, we're saying the same thing then. We're saying the same thing. We're saying the same thing. I was calling it the left. Okay. Because of the perspective in the picture. He's saying right if you're facing the fire hydrant to the flagpole. Yes, that's what I was saying. So we are saying the same thing. I was calling it the left, but I was imagining it from the positioning as if behind the fire hydrant. So from the other side. So, but that doesn't still solve the problem of just how far from the fire hydrant. Like he was in that grassy, not grassy, like the mulch, the line where the mulch and the grass are, is my understanding. Yeah, if your back is to the car. Correct. If your back is to the car, you would say to the right of the fire hydrant. If you're facing the car and you're behind the fire hydrant, you would say to the left. And that's the perspective I was looking at it. But so you're saying though he was too far, like to have moved. Again, it's still hard to tell from the picture because it's like the way I guess in my mind, it's like I thought he was close enough, right? That he could have hit his head and been incapacitated and fallen. So, but you're saying he was close, like it's just shitty, right? Because it's really hard to fucking tell from picture. Let's see if there's another one. Is that on? Yeah, had they measured things, you know, it would have been really. Oh, here's another. Well, can't see the fire hydrant there. Had they measured things, that would have been helpful, huh? Anywho. Right. Yes. He dropped immediately. Yeah. But you just think he was far enough from the fire hydrant as far as his location. I was thinking he dropped immediately after hitting his head and that he was close enough to the fire hydrant, but still further from the road. So
Let him answer. Finish your answer.
So the accelerator is at a constant rate, and then it just drops by half a mile, and the steering wheel all of a sudden abruptly goes to the right. That's what I'm talking about when I say it is consistent with a pedestrian strike. That's something that you would see. It's not going to be a huge change of speed during this collision.
You also note that at the time, it had begun to snow, correct?
Yes.
There would be snow on the lawn, right?
Correct.
There would be snow on the cars,
Yes.
snow on the trees,
Yes.
snow on the roadway.
Yes.
Snow on the roadway could impact how tires move over the roadway, correct?
In a way.
in a way.
And obviously there are a multitude of reasons why somebody might input a 10-degree input on a steering wheel, correct?
Correct. That's why I said I couldn't definitively say it.
Right. So every time somebody slows down, going in reverse or forward, and introduces a 10-degree input on the steering wheel, doesn't mean they're looking to hit a pedestrian, correct?
Correct.
You testified that you determined the area of impact by basically following, if I heard your testimony correctly, basically following the debris field from the body from where you believed John O'Keefe's body's final resting place was, almost linearly to the furthermost piece of debris that was found. Did I get that right?
Yes.
In other words, you established what in your mind, or what you were told was his final resting place, and what you were told was the debris field. And you indicated that the furthermost piece of debris would basically be the area of impact, right?
It's within that line. I didn't say that is the area impact where the furthermost piece of evidence is. It's just the linear, like you said earlier. It's that linear. We're throwing that path. That's the path that he traveled post impact with the vehicle.
And that is on which that fact that you stated is on which what you.
I missed.
Terrible question. That's the basis.
No, I missed the snow on the trees. Hold on, let me back it up.
Fact. Did I get that right?
Yes.
In other words, you established what in your mind, or what you were told was his final resting place, and what you were told was the debris field. And you indicated that the furthermost piece of debris would basically be the area of impact, right?
It's within that line. I didn't say that is the area impact where the furthermost piece of evidence is. It's just the linear, like you said earlier. It's that linear. We're throwing that path. That's the path that he traveled post impact with the vehicle.
And that is on which that fact that you stated is on which what you. It's a terrible question. That's the basis for your opinion of where the area of impact was, correct?
Oh my God, yes.
Yes.
Yes. Brilliant, brilliant. A billion points for you, DSN.
Okay.
A billion points. Oh my God, this diagram.
Sir, you see diagram 3 on the board. You also have it in front of you, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so also, by the way, we broke this down the other night, and with Dr. Bob, this is so inaccurate. It's depressing. So, yeah.
It's easier for you to refer to what's in front of you because
Like,
that's a little bit further
where it's labeled pedestrian's final rest is not at all where he was.
away. Just let me know.
Okay.
The red arrows adjacent to the blue writing, where I'm highlighting right now, indicate basically the debris field that you explained to the jurors on Friday, correct?
Yes.
There's arrows or
And then
something.
there's a point of an arrow that comes back to a wording that says pedestrians
Like, leave it to Trooper Paul to make such a terrible looking diagram with arrows that are so stupid.
final rest. Basically right there, correct?
Yes.
And the debris field ends right in the middle of that spotlight, correct?
Yes.
All right. So that's the area of impact that you indicated.
Dr. Bob, I don't think anyone would let him even shovel the snow on the apron because he would have fucked it up. That's what I think.
To Mr. Lally, you believe occurred because of the debris field and the linear portion of that debris field going from the pedestrian's final rest all the way out to that final little red arrow that says red plastic B in parentheses, correct?
Yes.
While that's coming up, have you ever seen this?
No, I haven't.
Can you take a look just above the arrow? If you're on the court's permission, maybe highlight or magnify the area just above the arrow.
Okay.
You see that?
Yes, I do.
Right underneath fire hydrant, correct?
Correct.
What does that look like to you?
Piece of plastic.
It's debris,
Yeah, that's
correct?
sus.
Correct.
All right. Can we go back with the court's permission to exhibit
Right.
87?
Right. Yeah.
Diagram 3?
Yes. Yes.
You see the fire hydrant?
Yes. That's what it is. Oh my god.
Yes.
See, you guys, we did it. Because that makes so much sense. So it was the naked mole rat and the weasel, and they worked together, and that's what happened to him. Now it all makes sense.
Fire hydrant's right there, correct?
Correct.
That's another, according to your scale, that's probably a good 30 feet from the pedestrian's final rest, correct?
Yeah, that's about right.
That is the furthermost,
Yeah, that's
in
about
this
right.
diagram, the furthermost piece of debris on the diagram, correct?
Correct.
So now, your testimony changed that this, in fact, is the area of impact.
Oh man.
No,
Why not?
because this is just a piece of debris. I'm talking about the path. You follow the path of debris field. Debris can move and change.
The debris doesn't fly backward, does it?
I'm saying you pointed to like just the fire hydrant as the area impact for the debris where that one piece of plastic was, saying that's the area impact is right next to the fire hydrant.
Are you asking me a question?
Yeah, that's what you said, right?
I'm asking you,
I'm making sure I'm understanding what you're saying so I can answer the right.
Ask the question again, Mr. Jackson.
in fact, you indicated on Friday that your analysis of the area of impact was predicated on, based on, the furthermost piece of debris from the pedestrian's body that you were aware of, which is
You catch that?
right there.
Listen again. Listen to that. He says predicated on, and then he says based on, because he knows True Paul's not going to know what that word means. Hold on.
Right.
Ask the question again, Mr. Jackson.
In fact, you indicated on Friday that your analysis of the area of impact was predicated on, based on, the furthermost piece of debris from the pedestrian's body that you were aware of.
I have no
which is
idea, yes, and I don't
right
know.
there.
All the small
Red
marbles.
plastic
I know.
bead, correct?
I said I said you said earlier with the linear equation. I mean, it might have moved it over more, but it's the debris, the start of that debris, and where that is. I can't say that's definitely the.
Dr. Bob, Finley, fucking hell. Make a diagram, make a chart, send it to the defense, man. I mean, you live in Massachusetts. Maybe you can, have a chat with Jackson or Unetti, really. I mean, it seems like, from what I can tell, they seem like they're like, what's the right word? Like appreciative and of like help that's offered, and like they're like communicating with people, from what I can tell. Yeah, it is. It's just a lot. Right. That's right. Oh my God, I forgot about that. Thank you for reminding me. That's right. He didn't know what it meant, and he was like being mean. Oh my God, that was amazing. That was so good. What was the original word? It was whatever the original word was. It was not it was like a 6-year-old level or something. And he's like, what? Oh my God. Oh, that's amazing. Yeah. That's why I'm like thinking that they would not be the type of people who'd be like, we don't need your help or we don't care. Like, I just feel like they would I don't know, Dr. Bob, maybe Dr. Bob can be the hero if they do go for a retrial.
point of area impact or the point of impact.
can't-
I
you
just,
can't.
I cannot say that is the point of impact right there. You just kind of follow the linear path because they have to follow in a direct path
You just
that
kind
way.
of follow
So
the
now
line.
your testimony is that's not the area of impact.
I never said that was the area impact. I said it's after that.
Trooper, we were all here on Friday.
Okay.
Oh my God, you guys, the way he goes, it sounds like he's scolding a kid. Oh my God, the way he goes, Trooper, hold on. It's like, you know that you didn't wash your hands before dinner, or I know I saw you put your fingers in the cookie jar. Oh my God.
Brie, the start of that Brie, from where that is, I can't say that's definitely.
Fly around it because I didn't even catch that just before the start of that Brie. So now there's some cheese involved. Oh my God, it makes sense because it's a mole rat. It's Brie for the naked mole rat because it's in the naked mole rat trap. You guys, we're figuring this out. I knew you would do it. It's all making sense now. Oh my God, Brie, it's cheese for the naked mole rat trap. Hold on, let's just hear that again.
Question?
Yeah, yes, what you said, right?
I'm asking you.
I'm making sure I'm understanding what you're saying so I can answer the right.
Ask the question again, Mr. Jackson.
In fact, you indicated on Friday that your analysis of the area of impact was predicated on, based on, the furthermost piece of debris from the pedestrian's body that you were aware of, which is right there. Red plastic B, correct?
I said it's well, I said you said earlier with the linear equation. I mean, it might have moved it over more, but it's the debris, the start of that Brie.
There it is.
And when
the
that
Brie.
is, I can't say that's definitely the point of area impact or the point of impact.
You can't-
I just,
you can't.
I cannot say that is the point of impact right there. You just kind of follow the linear path because they have to follow in a direct path that way.
Okay, so now your testimony is that's not the area of impact.
I never said that was
Please
the area
hold him here
impact.
in a
I said it's
second.
after that.
Trooper, we were all here on Friday.
I
Okay.
love it.
It's exactly what you said.
Oh my God, I love it. He's like, okay, you can tell he's like, I'm in trouble. So yeah, Dr. Bob says, as you guys know, teaching is about making complicated things easy. They did not do that. I agree. I totally, it is, I will tell you, it is, teaching is, you can know a lot of things and you can be really smart, but it is definitely something, it's a different skill set to know things and be able to explain them in a way that people can understand regardless of their background, training, experience. Sorry, I was going to say regardless of their level of knowledge, but then, just automatically convert it over legalese. So that's exactly right. Yes, you don't know things yourself. Yeah. So Brie is the start of the debris. Right.
Said under questioning by Mr. Lally, wasn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Didn't you say on Friday that you determined the area of impact for Mr. O'Keefe, the point of impact was red plastic B because that was the furthermost piece of debris you were aware of from the final point of rest from Mr. O'Keefe's body. Isn't that what you said?
I don't believe that's my exact words.
Okay, I'm not asking if it was your exact words, I have a transcript of it. I'm asking you, is that what you tried to impart to the jurors?
That's a good question.
What I said to the jury, I said after that. That's the start of, that's the last point of evidence that I had. I said the area impact is probably along the roadway after that point. I mean, like before it, if you have to walk towards him.
I'm sorry, I keep doing that because I think you're done. Are you done?
I am done now, sir.
DSN, wait, are you saying that the Commonwealth could find an expert to go with their theory, like an expert that's not law enforcement? Because I would say no, they would not be able to. The Commonwealth. Yeah.
Now you're aware that there's a piece of debris, looks like taillight material, right under the fire hydrant, correct?
Correct.
If the area of impact, which you indicated on Friday was where this red plastic B is, you would be wrong, right? Your analysis would be flawed.
No, because that's not what I said. I said it's along the roadway and it's going to be after that point.
Okay, so is the area of impact now where the fire hydrant is?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
are you now indicating, because now you realize that there's a piece of debris directly under the fire hydrant, are you now indicating that that's the area of impact where John O'Keefe's body was struck?
Objection.
Sustained.
Let's take a look at exhibit, with the court's permission, 279.
Okay.
Taking a look at exhibit 279, I want to draw your attention to that piece right there of plastic. You see it?
Yes.
You describe it for me. Just physically, what does that look like?
It looks like clear plastic with a little bit of red and black on the top part.
Okay. Maybe in a triangular shape, is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. Now, if we could go back to, with the court's permission, exhibit 492,
Okay.
and if we could highlight just above the ruler. How would you describe that piece of material?
It looks like the same piece.
Does that, based on that, does that appear to be part of the taillight material that was found at the scene?
Correct.
Okay. Now, based on that, are you now suggesting, if we could go, with the court's permission, if we could go back to 587, I'll stop jumping around just a second, I think we
Okay.
could just get back to 587. Okay. Now, seeing what you just now seen in terms of that piece of plastic that appears to be from the taillight, does that appear to be under the fire hydrant, which is highlighted? Same piece.
Yes.
Okay. Based on that, does that change your opinion? Is that now, the fire hydrant now, the point of impact?
No.
Would it bring-
Yeah, I agree that this part, they could have been a lot clearer as to what the point.
Where's the point of impact now?
It's along the roadway. I don't know the exact point of impact. Can I?
So you don't know the area of impact?
I said the area of impact is along the roadway after the debris.
Okay.
I mean, only thing it would change, finish. Only thing it would change is maybe it was a little further away. But besides that, it's a linear field.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about like one point. It's you've kind
Also,
of.
I think that they weren't planning on calling the ME until the defense discovered Dr. Russell, and they went to have her come in as an expert. And remember, the Commonwealth tried to fight that, and then she was allowed to testify. I think that they decided to call the ME as in reaction to Dr. Russell as well, and that's why. But yeah, because normally they go like first in a trial,
All the middle of the Brie Field, and that should be the path.
Well, if the point of impact is along the roadway, where along the roadway, if you can show the jurors, where along the roadway, in your expert opinion, was the point of impact?
It should be within, if you follow from the pedestrian's final rest here, just kind of follow back. That's what I'm talking about, linear field. I can't.
So now you've indicated an area, if I can follow your laser pointer, an area along here, correct?
Yes, somewhere in there.
All right, if I have my spotlight, is that, if I leave it right there, is that about where the middle of the spotlight, about where you believe the area of impact is?
It's within, I guess you can say it's within that area. I don't know definitely. There's nothing on the roadway that has a definitive point that says this is the area impact right here. It's within the roadway based on the evidence at the scene.
Okay.
based on the
Mr. Paul, sorry, Trooper Paul, I'm asking you, based on your expert opinion and your conclusions,
There you go.
based on your full analysis, can you point me to within an area of 5 feet or so on the roadway where you believe the area of impact is? Is my spotlight basically highlighting the area that you believe, in your opinion, was the area of impact?
You have that laser pointer?
I do.
Why don't we let him show you? It'd be easier for the jury to see.
So what I'm trying to say is, so we follow the linear path back around this area.
Okay, can you?
And sorry, I'm trying to keep it straight as much as I can.
What a mess.
Follow back to here.
What a mess.
I can't say like if this definitely is, but it's possibly based on also vehicle damage to the back of the vehicle. So if you follow all the way back to here, that could be a possible area
I
impact.
mean, the other thing
So,
is this.
when you,
Isn't his job as an expert for accident reconstruction to be able to say definitely something?
you say that area there, just I want to be very clear for the record. that what you highlighted is an area basically just to the left of an X that's on the roadway, on the bottom of diagram 3, toward the lower part of diagram 3,
It's
correct?
you would use your circle almost to kind of be a good area around.
Sorry, you need to.
You can use a circle around here. This would be around the area.
Okay.
Okay.
So using your
Oh my God. What am I-
scale, that scale is going from full left to full right. It's plus or minus 40 feet.
Yeah.
Switch. Can't see it.
Right. Good
So
point.
so say again. Say the question.
That scale is 40 feet, going full left, full right, 40 feet.
It's 40 feet. It's a 10-foot scale.
Okay, sorry, 20 feet. My mistake.
That was okay.
Eyes are terrible. 20 feet. Thank you. All right, so if you use that scale, can you estimate for the jurors? I'm just going to use this X as a starting point. You estimate for the jurors from this X that I've highlighted to the pedestrian's final rest. What's that number? It doesn't have to be exact. Give me an estimate.
So, I mean, it could be within 30 feet because I tell you this. Also on my scale, this 2 and 3 is 50 feet from each other.
Is how much?
50.
Okay.
I mean, I will. Here's the other thing, guys. Just to think about this too. Let me just say this. Super Planner Girl says they can't even. I can't even say his wrong pronunciation correctly. I know it's hard to. It's tough. You guys remember in Murdoch when the defense called that expert who I loved? He was the older dude, and he was like a really great expert witness. He was so fucking professional. Okay, you know how the defense wanted to make it seem like Sled fucked up and did a terrible botched investigation, which, you know. Anyway, they brought this dude in who's, you know, like, what is he, like retired law enforcement, right? But he's the guy that comes in and evaluates the job that the investigators do. He rates their job in terms of investigating the crime scene and points out the things that they did that weren't protocol. And he was so fucking professional, dude. And Poot wanted him to say, Sled sucks, Sled fucked this up, Sled blah, blah, blah. And literally, he would not do it. He just said, he was just great. He was kind of neutral, I would say, in the sense that he wasn't bad for the prosecution and he wasn't good for the defense. He was just like, you know, like they're actually the one thing that the defense thought they had that they were going to try to make it seem like Sled fucked up. It turned out that they hadn't shown him like the full thing and they were like trying to pull the wool over his eyes. Anyway, but my point is this, is that dude couldn't say that it was a botched investigation because it wasn't a botched investigation, right? But that's a whole thing that exists. Are experts like that dude out there that their whole job is to come in and testify as an expert witness as to all the ways that an investigation was completely fucked. The defense didn't bring in anybody to do that. I mean, at this point, I'm like, I don't know what it would have taken to get a not guilty verdict because it's beyond me that it was not a not guilty verdict. But just trying, you know, the defense has got to be asking themselves the same question, right? In hindsight, they have to be. They have to be like, what did we do wrong? What could we have done better? And in my mind, again, had it been maybe less focused on the McAlbert's theory and bringing in one of those dudes, can you even imagine if you took one of those guys and showed them how this investigation was done? They would think you're fucking with them. They wouldn't even believe it. I mean, yeah. I don't know. I wonder if that could have made a difference. Maybe it wouldn't have, but I was just remembering that's a thing. Like that is a thing. You can have someone come in and say, hey, and you know, here's the other thing, just to Dr. Bob's point, that if you bring in that person who can say, yep, this was fucked, this was fucked, this was fucked, this was fucked, guess what you don't have to do when you're a defense attorney then? You don't have to try to spend your time with your own witnesses or cross-examining other witnesses. You don't have to use some of that time getting them to, you know, say that things were fucked or show that it was fucked. Just bring in an expert to be like, yep, it's fucked, and it's like job done, right? I don't know. It's just a thought.
5-0.
5-0.
So would you agree that from this X down here, to Pedestrian's final rest, as the crow flies, that's probably a good 35, 40 feet.
I mean, I could try to use the scale, but it is a scale.
If you wouldn't mind.
You can try to use it. That might be better than math.
Yes, please.
I mean, we don't know that he can do math. I would say it's a stretch.
Just blank this paper.
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
You need a pen?
I got one. Thank you.
And the other thing too about like the other thing too about bringing in someone like that to be an expert in terms of the crime scene is that it could be, I mean, again, this to me doesn't make any sense. I'm just trying to rack my brain, but like the other thing is like, it could be that even though every witness, whether it was a McAlber or whether it was a Trooper Proctor, every witness demonstrated, in my opinion, and probably like every single witness showed that it was fucked up, right? Like the investigation was fucked up. I wonder if by hearing that from every witness, it just, the jury stopped kind of even paying attention to it. Like it was just sort of, they tuned it out. And alternatively also, I guess you could say that if they were like, maybe if they already had a bias that's like pro Commonwealth, right? They could think to themselves, well, you know, I don't trust it, blah, blah, blah. But, you know, experts, the juries tend to trust experts. We've heard this from a lot of different places, that when you bring in an expert to say, so that's, I guess what I'm saying is like, even when the lay witnesses, it's like clear that it was fuck law, it might still have resonated more with them instead of hearing it from one lay witness after another, and then maybe them tuning it out. And, or maybe giving the lay witnesses the benefit of the doubt, right? And thinking, well, they didn't know, blah, blah. Just bring in one expert to be like, yep, it's fucked beyond any comparison. There's nothing like this in the, you know, whatever shocked thing they would say. And then the jury might have just, that might have resonated stronger with them. So, well, I mean, that's what I'm saying. I'm just trying to think of a way that it is, right? But the thing, Fender, is they didn't find her not guilty. They didn't find her not guilty. That means there could have been something else they could have done as the defense to get a not guilty verdict. So I'm just trying to wrap my brain as to what could have made it. And you know that Jackson and Unetti are doing that. They have to be. What could we have done differently? Should have been an easy not guilty. It should have been an easy not guilty verdict. It really should have. And either, I mean, it's like, the only other, it's like the idea that people might be floating around. I don't know if they are or not, but probably somebody is, that people on the jury were paid by the McAlberts or whatever, something like that. No, I don't think that's what's happening. But I do think what it says that we didn't get a not guilty verdict. I think it says that there was not, unfortunately, I think there was some burden shifting, right? That the defense didn't prove their case, but also there were enough, clearly it wasn't obvious to the jury. That's the point. Clearly it wasn't obvious to the jury. So even though it's obvious to us and it seems like it should be obvious to everybody, it wasn't. So that's why you have to think of everything. I mean, I don't know. I mean, they did say convictions. But, you know, here's a thought. If their convictions were something like, there's no way law enforcement could have done this to other law enforcement, that right there would be, that right there says that the defense bringing up any type of theory was the downfall. Because there's people that would think that. There are people out there who are so pro law enforcement that they could be objective about evidence and all this and that, but they might be like, there's no way, I can't ever think of cops being this dirty or something, right? And, you know, it's possible. That could be a conviction. That could be a conviction that would have been avoided. It could have been avoided in this case. Yeah, I mean, maybe. I mean, maybe. So if an unbiased jury isn't possible, then that needs to be sorted out somehow in voir dire, in the jury voir dire process. Because it is not the job of the defense. It's not their job to have to try a case with a biased jury. That's not supposed to be happening. The whole idea of the trial is under the premise that the jury's been through voir dire. It's an unbiased jury. It's an objective jury. Therefore, if you didn't, I say prove again, there's the burden shifting, but if you're the defense and you should have gotten a not guilty, which is what should have happened in this case, and you didn't, there's something that you should have done, because the whole point is under this assumption that the jury is an unbiased jury, right? And well, I can't see that for sure. I don't think they showed the jury voir dire process. Does anybody know if they did? Because in some trials, they do show that. Like, I will say, like, one thing that was really interesting for me, the George Floyd trial, which was the first trial I ever watched gavel to gavel, and no one on LawTube, I don't think, was covering it. And I don't even think I knew that LawTube existed. Like, I watched it myself without anybody. Like, I just watched it. But I watched the entire thing because it was during COVID. And I watched there was like 3 weeks or something of jury selection with voir dire. I watched every second of that trial. And they showed the entire jury voir dire process. And it was so this is what's so funny. What got me into watching that trial, which is the reason I watch every trial now, it was the jury voir dire process. Watching that was so interesting to me that I was like hooked on trials ever since. Isn't that crazy? So we just don't know, but it was really interesting to see how that worked. And I think it's a good thing to do because, again, right, transparency. Like, how can we know that? Like, this is a perfect example, and that's probably why they showed that, right? Because of the whole thing with that trial. Talk about a tricky time getting a jury, right? When you've got all the issues that were at play there in that case for George Floyd. Like, well, I guess it was the trial of Derek Chauvin, but still, you got your pro law enforcement, right? You've got there was a lot of things that they had to go through. And I think it was great that they showed the entire process. I mean, they didn't show the faces of the jurors, obviously, but you heard the entire thing, and you got to see the rest of the courtroom, and it showed, you got to really see. And they even read aloud their questionnaires. They read aloud their answers to the questionnaires and everything, and it was very transparent. And you could see, and they even showed all the discussion. When they discussed the jurors would leave and walk out of the room, and then they would discuss them, and they would discuss what they thought about the jurors. All of that was on the record, and it was incredible, man. It was incredible. But you got to really see how that worked, and it really did a lot in my mind for building trust that the jury. There wasn't anybody on that jury with ulterior motives. There wasn't anybody who, you just got to have faith in the jury. So I don't know. That's just another thing to think about. And it's not something that always would be maybe thought about, right? In terms of like, oh, we really want to see the jury voir dire process. But I'll tell you what, when you have a situation where the verdict is really surprising, and it's like, well, maybe the only answer is a biased jury. Well, then you know what? If that's one of those situations where it's like, well, how are we going to build trust that we did our job in voir dire if we don't put it on the record, right?
It's approximately 30 feet.
Approximately 30 feet?
Yes.
Okay. Can you place with the court's permission?
Yeah, so Fender, my point is like they didn't need to even say that cops did something to another cop. That's my point. That's the error would have been with them insinuating that cops did it. They need to do that. All they needed to do was Karen Reed didn't do it. They could have not insinuated anything with law enforcement in terms of them being involved in a cover-up or anything like that, right? They could have just left it as far as like, it wasn't the best investigation, but that's normal. That we hear that at every trial, even if it's not all that true, right? But to insinuate that the cops were involved in the death or covered it up is a whole different thing. They didn't need to do that. And that could have been the thing that infringed on somebody's convictions, Can
you estimate?
Good night, Dr. Bob. Love you. You guys are awesome.
Can you point to a place in the courtroom that looks like it's 30 feet from you?
Objection.
No. Next question.
Love
Does
to
the
hear
board
why
have a
you
diagram
as
of
well.
a diagram of distances?
In this courtroom? No.
You indicated just now, and I'm finished with this. Thank you. Thanks. You indicated just now in answer to Mr. Lally's last couple of questions
Yeah.
that in your expert opinion, in the SUV.
Yeah, it's interesting. And the other thing that was like so interesting with watching the George Floyd vlog here is like people would answer things a certain way and then they would like think about it, you know? And then when they came back for the next round or whatever, they would be like, sometimes they would be like, you know what? I thought about it and I feel differently now when I answer this question. They got the jurors for that trial got these really lengthy questionnaires, and the questions were really in depth about all kinds of stuff. It wasn't just like your run of the mill standard shit. It was really getting into people's psyche and like what makes them tick. It was really interesting. It was like questions that wouldn't be easy for anyone to answer because it'd be stuff that you're like, wow, no one's ever asked me that before. It was like those types of questions, you know what I mean? But yeah, I think it's so like it went even beyond just like bias, but it was like really trying to get inside people's heads in a way to really make sure, you know, I guess. And they also scoured their social media.
He struck pedestrian John O'Keefe. He was, quote, projected forward and to the left to the front yard to his final place of rest.
Yes.
So your expert testimony is that John O'Keefe was hit with the SUV and flew 30 feet.
Projected mean like I don't say he flew all the way there. He was projected in that way. He got pushed forward in that direction.
Which, if he was rendered incapacitated, landed there, he'd have to sort of fly there, correct? Didn't walk there.
I mean, would you definitely flying like literally off the ground the whole entire time, or?
Well, you tell me. You're the expert.
I mean, when we say projected, we mean he gets projected, and they usually have a landing phase, and they land, and they either roll or tumble to final rest.
Okay. How far do you think he landed?
Good night, Candace.
How far was it until he landed of that 30 feet?
I don't know. There's no indication of where his exact landing spot was.
Was there any evidence whatsoever that he landed and?
Now, you know, Fender, actually, I'm thinking about it. It might be, I hope it's still on YouTube. I hadn't even thought about it until now, but I would love to go back and watch that trial because, again, it was my first trial and I didn't have anyone to watch it with. And I don't know that anybody's even really covered it because I guess that it'd be considered to be too controversial or divisive. I don't really see it that way because to me, it's clear what happened. But also I've learned so much since then too, that I'm sure, I don't know, it might be something that I should think about. It was really interesting, but for everything I benefit from it then, it's like, man, I would only benefit more now, you know? Yeah.
And there was no evidence that he landed or rolled. Rolled.
According to you, the evidence that you have in front of you is that you get hit, fly 30 feet, land where he ended up at his final rest, right?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently.
Based on your expert opinion, you believe that he was projected through the air to his final rest place.
That's not what I was saying.
But you said there's no evidence that he rolled.
And there's no evidence that he flew through the air either.
Wow.
Exactly. Right? Exactly.
Objection.
Sustained.
You said on Friday that in your experience, people tend to lose objects that are not strapped to them.
Oh, this
that
part
right?
is so good.
Yes.
Oh my God.
In other words, get hit by something, car, truck, bus, whatever,
This part is so
train.
good with the glass.
And if you have something in your hand, boom, you lose it, you drop it. If it's not strapped to you, correct?
Correct.
How do you suppose that
Maybe I'll do it,
Mr.
Fender.
O'Keefe, in your opinion, held on to that glass cup that was
my
found
God.
right next to him over the course of 30 feet being projected?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Do you have a theory on that?
I don't know. I mean, it just could have been with him the whole way. I don't know. I wasn't there, so I don't know how the glass stayed
No one
with his
thinks
body
you're there.
and went with him to the final rest.
So it's just common sense. You have to believe that it was in his hand. He held on to it the entire time it was being projected 30 feet, right?
It's possibly, it could have been in his hand, it could have been tucked next to his clothing,
Did you say tucked in?
I mean, like, could have been next to his body. So when he projected, maybe the glass was with his body as it was also flying. So there's a number of reasons why the glass, because it also got projected with the body.
Well,
Y'all, look at you guys. I just noticed this. Okay, I'm gonna back it up. Look behind Jackson, and there's a lady there. And then go 2 people down. There's a dude with glasses and long hair. Y'all have to watch his reaction to this part right here. I'm gonna rewind it just a second. This is amazing.
it's being projected 30 feet, right?
It's possibly, it could have been in his hand, it could have been tucked next to his clothing,
Did you say tucked in?
I mean, like, could have been next to his body. So when he projected, maybe the glass was with his body as it was also flying. So there's a number of reasons why the glass, because it also got projected with the body while he was holding it.
I thought you said on Friday, and you just agreed with me, that people drop things when they're hit.
Wait
Yes,
for it.
but I think not everything it tends to fly off. I mean, some stuff flies off, some stuff will stay on.
I see.
Oh my God, and Mr. Bates' face too. Oh my God, I hadn't ever thought about watching this testimony and looking at the other people in the courtroom. So this is amazing. So y'all, again, look at the dude behind Jackson. He's at the end of the row. He's got glasses and long hair. And look at also Mr. Bates. Their faces. Oh my God.
It's not uncommon to find
Mr.
piece of
Bates
clothing
is
and stuff,
Oh my
that you
God.
find at the scene.
Watch.
Like clothing, like shoes, like shoes and stuff like that to come off the body during a pedestrian crash.
Well, that's not what I asked.
I know, I'm just saying, you asked me, you said what I'm just responding to what you said. And trying to make sure you understand what I'm saying.
No, I don't. But I'll ask another question.
I'm going to go back. Hold on.
The glass, because it also
You watch this.
with him to the final arrest.
So it's just common sense. You have to believe that it was in his hand. He held on to it the entire time it was being projected 30 feet, right?
It's possibly, it could have been in his hand, it could have been tucked next to his clothing,
Did you say tucked in?
I mean, like, could have been next to his body. So when he projected, maybe the glass was with his body as it was also flying. So there's a number of reasons why the glass, because it also got projected with the body while he was holding it.
I thought you said on Friday, and you just agreed with me, that people drop things
The
when they're
face.
hit.
Yes, but I think not everything it tends to fly off. I mean, some stuff flies off, some stuff will stay on.
Mr. Bates' face.
It's just
Oh my God.
it's not uncommon to find
Yes.
piece of clothing and stuff, that you find at the scene.
Piece of clothing.
Like clothing, like shoes, like shoes and stuff like that to come off the body
I'm
during a
dying.
pedestrian crash.
I'm dying.
That's not what I asked.
I know, I'm just saying, you asked me, you said,
y'all, I think the dude, okay, look at where John O'Keefe's mom is. There's a dude beside her. I think he's trying not to laugh. Hold on. I could be wrong, but I think he might be trying not to
I mean,
laugh.
like, could have been next to his body. So when he projected, maybe the glass was with his body as it was also flying. So there's a number of reasons why the glass, because it also got projected with the body while he was holding it.
I thought you said on Friday, and you just agreed with me, that
Now
people
watch the dude beside John O'Keefe's mom and see if he's trying not to laugh.
drop things when they're hit.
Yes, but I think not everything it tends to fly off. I mean, some stuff flies off, some stuff will stay on.
I see.
It's not uncommon to find piece of clothing and
Not unusual.
stuff, that you find at the scene.
Piece of clothing.
Like clothing, like shoes, like shoes and stuff like that to come off the body during a
Someone was
pedestrian crash.
Well, that's not what I asked.
I know, I'm just saying, you asked me, you said what I'm just responding to what you said. And trying to make sure you understand what I'm saying.
No, I don't. But I'll ask another question. Shoes are strapped on by definition, right?
The way he goes, a piece of clothing. Oh my God.
Yes, but it's very common for shoes to come off.
How about a cell phone?
Cell phone, yeah. Yeah, it depends. Depends on where it
I
is.
think he should have been like, so wait, hold on, because was the glass strapped to his hand?
And it was under his body.
Okay.
How do you account for that? He held onto a cell phone with one hand and held onto a cup with the
There
other.
we go. That's better.
Objection.
No.
Sustained. Ask it differently.
Why? No.
If his cell phone was found under his torso, under his body,
I don't know
What's
why
your
that
theory?
was, to be honest.
on how that cell phone ended up flying 30 feet with him.
It just did.
It just
did.
did.
And somehow, as he landed,
Incredible.
tucked that cell phone underneath his body to
Dr.
land on top.
Ralphie losing his mind.
It just did. That's the evidence at the scene. I didn't put the evidence there. So
Well, you didn't.
I love how
All right, so jurors, I've told you before, lawyers cannot make comments, so disregard it. Mr. Jackson, don't do it
I
again.
understand. So in
You understand, but don't do it. Your answer's always, I understand. Don't do it.
Yes, Your Honor. Cell phone in one hand, cup in the other hand,
Oh my God.
flute in the air. Right?
Objection.
Sustained.
You were informed of this incident on January 29th, 2022
Yeah,
at
Jackson's
about
moving
2:30 in the
Texas
afternoon. Is that right?
Wrong date.
Yes.
At the time, you were working out of the Cars facility, which is located on West Grove Street in Middleborough. Is that right?
Yes.
By the way, that's a facility that has multiple garages. Sally ports, I don't know if they're called Sally ports, but
They're called
garage
Lally
bays,
Ports.
correct?
Get it right.
The mechanic shop are there.
The mechanic
Lally
shop
Ports?
Yes.
is, if you're going to review, for instance, for purposes of a reconstruction, if you're going to review a vehicle, is the vehicle placed in those mechanics bays?
No, not there. That's for state police vehicles.
Okay, so where
Yeah,
are the
I know,
mechanics
good one.
bays? Sorry, reverse that. Where are the Sally ports where you would do your analysis, your reconstruction, your
The Lally Ports.
review of the vehicle inspection?
Here's what I have to say. If they do retry this case, the defense needs to call it the Lally Port from now on. A good question, Fender. What do you guys think? I mean, it's hard to say. Like, ugh. I think I think it's probably a lot like us. I think there's times where he's too pissed to enjoy it. And I think there's other times where he does enjoy it. I think it's probably both. I think it probably goes back and forth. At least that's how I feel a lot of the times, right? Also, DSM, did you ever watch the George, I was just saying George Floyd trial, but Derek Chauvin trial? Did you watch that at all? Just out of curiosity.
Things of that nature.
We don't have Sally ports for that.
You don't have anything dedicated to that?
No, the only time we would use a Sally port is the crime scene would have some Sally ports that they would do to document their crime scene stuff. And I've gone there to do my inspections, but most of our inspections are done either at the tow yard or some type of facility for that.
Ultimately, was this SUV ever taken to the Middleborough facility?
Yes, it was.
Where was it placed?
There's a fenced-in area inside it's a fenced-in area
Is it outside or inside?
outside.
Okay. Did it remain outside in that fenced-in area the whole time?
I don't know the exact time. It was there for a while, then it got moved.
Where did it get moved to?
I'm not sure exactly where they moved.
Fender, when I say Derek Chauvin, do you know who that is? I don't know. I would imagine so, but I don't want to make assumptions. I just don't know how much that news coverage reached. I would imagine you heard about it, but yeah, that's something I'll definitely think about.
Immediately after I left Middleborough.
Are you familiar with the Foxborough location at MSP?
Yes.
That have Sally ports or bays for inspection and evaluation?
It has garages in it, but we wouldn't use them. We don't normally use those garages for inspections.
Is it possible to use those garages for inspections?
It is possible.
Okay. It's happened before, correct?
I've not used the inspection in the garages.
But
I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up and
Sorry,
speak
yes.
slowly.
but you know that it could be used.
Sorry.
You know that those bays could be used for inspections or analysis or evaluation if needed, correct?
Yes.
All right. Given the fact that the SUV,
Yeah, Fender. So it's really funny. I haven't watched it since when it happened. I haven't gone back and rewatched it, like I have with other trials. What I can tell you is that the night, it was whatever the time everybody thought it was 9 minutes and some seconds, and that was the time that was like the famous time or whatever. That actually wasn't even accurate. It was longer than that. Peeps, that's like they hadn't done the math correctly or something. But like when they brought in like the medical examiners and shit and actually looked at it, it was like a solid, like, I don't know, maybe 20 seconds longer than whatever the time was. It was worse. Yeah, he's in prison. And he also got stabbed recently too. Yeah, he was, and also the other cops have been prosecuted and are in jail as well, prison rather. So yeah, it was a big deal. That was a big deal. That was a really important trial. I mean, yeah. Yeah, it was longer than 9 minutes. Yeah. Nope, they don't. They don't. Yeah, they're actually they're automatically put in like protective custody, but people will, I mean, Chauvin's got to be just as, up there with the most hated dudes in prison, along with your chomos, as they call them. Chomos, and then like Derek Chauvin. I mean, I would say like cops in general don't do well in prison, but Chauvin and like his cohorts are going to be in a different category for what they did, as they should be. So it did. Yep. Yeah. I mean, but also beyond even just like, there is an overlap in a way with Karen Reed in that it made people take a closer look at institutional issues within law enforcement, right? I mean, that was a situation where they really felt like those cops felt like they could do these things and get away with it, and they were protected, right? The blue wall got brought up a lot in that trial. So there's actually, when I think about it, there's a good amount of overlap, really, even though the cases are completely different, but a lot of the same themes there. And I think that's why it was that trial was really important to get justice for a lot of reasons, right? Because it was like justice for George Floyd, but also it was like, it's not okay for law enforcement to just get a slap on the wrist when they kill people, so yeah, it was important. It was really, that was a really important, and it was Depp v. Heard was right after that. That's how I ended up watching Depp v. Heard, because I finished that trial and I was like, oh my God, all I want to do is watch trials now until the end of time. And like, that was the next trial to start. And that's when I discovered EDB. And anywho, yeah.
It was being seized on January 29th.
I'm glad you know about it.
Was being seized as potential evidence. Best practices would suggest that you'd want to get it in and out of the bad weather, the inclement weather, as quickly as possible, correct? You wouldn't want to subject it to continued forces from nature like rain, wind, snow.
This question right here, best practices, you want to get it out of bad weather, inclement weather, you don't want it to be subjected to things. That question is a question that you would ask one of those experts like I was referencing, whose job is to say, what is best practice? What is required? Which things are required and which things are not required, but suggested. This is the fact that he's asking a question like this kind of proves my point, which is that he must have seen that it could have been valuable to bring in someone like that.
Sleet, hail, right?
Yeah,
That would be beneficial, yes.
All right. You're aware that Foxborough...
I will say, it's funny, I actually found Laura first. I found Laura because he was actually covering George Floyd. When I say covering, back then, his channel was a baby channel. He would do like 2-minute videos. And so when I was watching George Floyd, it was just YouTube recommended it. And it was like, he wasn't really commenting on the trial, but like if there was a legal concept that came up during the trial, he would just like explain the legal concept. It was really funny. Like he would explain a term, or he would explain, just like basic questions that all of us now know, like just stuff like that. And they were like really short videos, but it wasn't like about the trial necessarily, just themes that came up in the trial. So I actually discovered him first through that. And then after that, it was EDB.
The Foxborough location and the Middleborough location with the mechanics bays are all closer to Dighton than Canton, right?
Both Foxborough and
Foxborough and Middleborough are both closer to Dighton than Canton. In other words, you have to pass by, depending on which way you go, pass by Middleborough, pass by Foxborough to get to Canton.
So from where?
From Dayton, sorry.
So from Dayton.
Where the vehicle was seized in
Yeah.
all going toward Canton. You pass by either Middleborough or Foxborough to get to Canton, correct?
I don't believe you'd pass by Middleborough to get to Canton, but you've passed by Foxborough.
All right. The car was not taken to Foxborough, was it?
No.
As a matter of fact, the car was taken basically double the distance all the way to Canton to that Sally Port, correct?
Objection.
Do you know that? Is that double the distance?
I don't know the exact distance. I know it was in Canton.
And you know it's farther to Canton.
Doesn't he need to know the
From
distance?
Dayton, yes.
Right.
Why do I So remember, you guys, we actually noticed this the other night. I think you were there, Fender. We noticed that was missing from the chart. Remember on his stupid chart with the key cycles? It was missing her drive to her parents' house. So that must be why he's asking this question.
And you're also aware that, because you've been to the scene, assuming, correct? The 34 Fairview.
Yes. Yes, I have.
And you've been to Canton, PD.
Yes, I have.
You know that those two locations are about 3 or 4 minutes apart.
Yeah, I can say that.
When you started let me ask this a little bit different way. Before you began any review on this case, any physical review on this case or analysis on the case, you were told that there had been a crash, correct?
Yes.
You testified to that at the state court grand jury in this matter. Was that right? That you've been
So
told
for
in?
you guys, I don't think you guys were all there. Like towards the end of that last live stream, I have it timestamped. I know Kitsmith was there. We were watching. It was when he does the stupid crash test thing. We noticed a lot of issues that no one's pointed out. Okay, with the chart, but then also with the crash testing. And I just wanted to just mention this. You know, he talks about the dummy. They put a dummy there so they could practice like backing up. And when you see the dummy, right? It's the same dude from the Lolliport videos in the orange shirt that they put the caution tape around that we were joking about. I think I named him like Bill. And it's a boxing dummy or whatever is what he calls it, right? But it's the same one from the Lolliport. And not only do they make sure that you can't really see where they have the dummy, and not only do they call the dummy an exemplar pedestrian, despite the fact that a dummy wouldn't move if something is coming to hit it, or if something hits it, it wouldn't already have been moving for any reason. Not only that, but the dummy doesn't have arms or legs. So, yeah, it's just a lot.
Advanced. This was a vehicle pedestrian crash, and you were asked to analyze it, right?
Yes.
You wrote in your report that it was a single vehicle collision involving a pedestrian, and you were, quote, assigned to reconstruct that collision, correct?
Yes.
So when you began your analysis, Trooper Paul,
Reconstruct
you were
that.
told conclusively by the lead investigator, Michael Proctor, that the deceased was hit by a car, and your job was to reconstruct it. Is that right?
Objection.
Okay, so there are lots of parts to that. Break it down.
Sure. Were you told by Michael Proctor to reconstruct this incident?
Objection.
So were you told that by Trooper Proctor?
I was not.
Okay, next question.
Sure. Who were you given your instructions by
Instructions for what?
to reconstruct this incident?
I wasn't given instructions to reconstruct it. It's just I was assigned to it.
Right.
That was requested.
Oh, I think
My
this is
assistance was
when-
requested to
Is this
reconstruct
when
it.
he says
That's my
the crime
question.
scene
Who
talks?
assigned you to it?
I talked to my sergeant at the time who gave me the phone call.
And you were told some basics about that reconstruction, the event that you were asked to reconstruct, correct?
Yes.
The information that you were told came from the case officer. Is that right?
Who's the case officer?
The information that this was a pedestrian vehicle incident, as opposed to motor vehicle incident, pedestrian bicycle, motor vehicle motorcycle. You were told it was a motor vehicle pedestrian incident that you were asked to reconstruct, correct?
Yeah, I was told that. Yes.
All right, and you had to be given some basic parameters of what that incident, how that incident occurred. The car was going in reverse. It's got a damaged taillight, things like that.
Some basic stuff. Yeah.
What I'm asking is, I'm trying to get to is, who gave you that information? Where'd it come from?
That the car was traveling in reverse. Like, which part of the information? You asked me about several different things just now.
Were you given information from multiple sources? Or did someone give you a summary of what you were being asked to do? At the very beginning.
Yep.
He really doesn't want to
Who
say
gave you the
whole
summary?
thing. It's crazy. Yeah.
Summary of the whole entire,
Yes.
of what?
Of the event that you were asked to reconstruct.
I was passed down when I got to the garage. That there was nobody that sat there and gave me the summary, like, that I can remember. I was told that it was a pedestrian crash. I knew it was a Boston police officer involved, that this was the vehicle, and that it was traveling in reverse.
Does not want
That's
to
all
say
I had.
Okay. What I'm asking is, that's great. Thank you for the summary. Who gave you that summary?
I don't know if it was definitely anybody from the get-go that was like I talked to.
From where?
I don't know if it's anybody that I could definitely say that was the person. There was multiple people going around when I got there.
Multiple people going around.
I think I talked to Trooper Zach Clark. He was doing the crime scene. I think he was Zach Clark. He was the crime scene photos at the time. I knew him from past crashes. He just said this is the vehicle, and I think he kind of gave me a little bit of a lowdown on what the vehicle was.
Y'all,
So
this is great because listen, you guys, the way that Jackson uses the phrase "low down." Oh my god.
My question is this: when you got that, did you call it a lowdown? He gave you the lowdown.
he gave me information. Yes.
Right. When you got the lowdown, you were told Boston police officer was involved. The vehicle pedestrian incident.
If you think he got the lowdown, he was told to keep it on the down low. Ha ha ha.
Car was going in reverse, and ultimately led to the death of the pedestrian. Struck the pedestrian in reverse. Correct.
Correct.
All right.
DSN, it was too bad that you weren't there. We were watching the cell phone experts because I was like, oh man, but we still have another cell phone expert who we will hear from on the next recap. So hopefully you'll be there to you can put all your lovely talents to use.
And you were assigned specifically to try to reconstruct that incident.
Yes.
Have you ever heard of the phrase confirmation bias?
I know the phrase. Yes.
You know what it means?
I can't definitely say what it means.
Before I think you hit definitely
Developing a conclusion and then trying to find evidence to fit that conclusion. Does that sound right?
If you say so.
My God.
You noted in your direct examination that there were scratches on the passenger side rear bumper of the Lexus, correct?
Oh,
Yes.
We're getting to the part now where he's going to say that the way John O'Keefe got the scratches was from the taillight. That was earth-shattering news when it happened. Wow. Yeah. Holy shit.
How exactly were you able to scientifically determine that any of those scratches were from an incident on January 29th, 2022, as opposed to any other time?
I didn't have anything else on the time. Is that those scratches happened prior to this collision?
I'm sorry.
I didn't have any information that those scratches were caused from a prior collision. And so when I looked at the evidence, I knew it was in that same area, the right rear tail light. So when I looked at it, it didn't quite fit the pedestrian thing. So when you showed me the video, or I saw the video like a year ago on Court TV, I said that could be.
I'm so glad. I just remembered this. Okay, you weren't here earlier, but Kitzman was here earlier, and Kitzman says she would be back, and she should be back soon. So remember last time when we were watching him with his stupid chart with the key cycles, and he kept saying the left side of the vehicle, and we were all like, "What? Why is he saying left?" And he kept saying the left. He got hit with the left side. Remember? And we were like, "What?" And then I timestamped it. Actually, I did the timestamps this morning. I timestamped it as, does Trooper Paul know left from right? Anyway, then I realized like that today, because that last recap was a Friday in court, and this recap, it was a Monday in court. So over the weekend, he was corrected on a number of things, and I was pointing them out earlier before you got here, and I just remember, I'm so glad I remembered to tell you. One of the things is like now he's saying it was the right side of the car. But remember, because we looked at that, we were like, wait, the left side? And he kept saying the left side over and over again. Now he's saying the right side. Okay, I'm gonna rewind so I can hear what you guys are talking about here. Because I was just thinking about
29th,
that.
2022, as opposed to any other time.
I didn't have anything else on the time. Is that those scratches happened prior to this collision?
I'm sorry.
I didn't have any information that those scratches were caused from a prior collision. And so when I looked at the evidence, I knew it was in that same area, the right rear tail light. So when I looked at it, it didn't quite fit the pedestrian thing. So when you showed me the video, or I saw the video like a year ago on Court TV, I said that could be.
You asked the question, so next,
I
keep
did.
going.
It's not responsive.
He's answering. Next
trying to-
question. Then
You guys
go
have
ahead.
scientifically
Hold on.
thought the scratches were.
Hold on. Ask
Sorry.
a question, Mr. Jackson.
You know what normal wear and tear on a vehicle is, right?
Yes.
Bumpers get scratched myriad ways.
Yes,
correct?
and you're
Correct.
exactly right about the
Scratched in a
confirmation bias.
Grocery store parking lot, right?
Yes.
So it wasn't
Shopping cart can be.
It wasn't because of the stupid inverted video. He was describing on direct examination how the accident happened. And he was describing based on the key cycles, right? He had all his charts up. This was not the inverted video. They haven't even played the inverted. They don't even use the inverted video with him. It's not even used. It's not a part of any of his examination. Doesn't even come up. So anything that he's talking about is perspective. And it's funny because Kid Smith thought maybe that was part of the confusion too. I was like, no. It's his perspective looking straight onto the car. And he's describing on direct we're going through all the charts and everything, right? He backed up, or she backed up rather. It's the same time when he says the word clown clockwise. Remember we replayed that testimony a bunch of times because it was so funny. And then we were like, wait a second, it's not just funny. He says the left side. He even says, he mumbles his words and messes everything up. He says even in there, his vehicle spun, and then the left side of his vehicle hit him, and he spun clown clockwise. Anyway, yeah, that it's not, because it has nothing to do with the inverted video. He's describing what happened at the scene.
Bounce off the back of the car, and scratch the bumper, scratch the side of the car, quarter panel or something, right?
Sure.
I mean,
Right.
I don't want to go through it, but there's thousands and thousands and thousands of ways that a car can get a scratch, correct?
Correct.
My question is, as you sit here, do you have any scientific evidence that those scratches occurred on January 29th at approximately 12:45 a.m.?
What do you mean by scientific evidence?
Oh my God.
Do you have any evidence whatsoever that you can
Wow.
point to that those scratches occurred on that date and at that time rather than any other time in the history of that vehicle?
What do you
Like I said earlier,
What do you mean by scientific evidence? I got to add that to my thing. That's insane.
the video seems to appear that's what it looks like that could have been from.
Well, you said on Friday, let's talk about those scratches for a second. Because
Yeah.
when you testified Friday, you were pretty clear. You said, quote, the dent and scratches for his hand could be, those are consistent with striking the Lexus. Remember saying that?
Yes, on the tailgate.
Okay, so the dent and scratches you talked about on Friday, you said were from his hand.
Yes, hand in the glass cup.
Okay. Then are those the same scratches you're talking about in terms of the bumper?
No.
So,
What are you talking about? The scratch inside the bumper that we've been talking about?
correct.
Okay,
That's what I'm
no.
talking about. Okay. Is there any way to scientifically date a scratch?
No.
If you go out in the parking lot right now, even as an accident reconstructionist, if you walk out in the parking lot right now and look at a Toyota Camry sitting there, it's got a scratch on it. There's no analysis that you could engage in to date that scratch, could you?
Objection.
So you can ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Is there any way that you could, in general, look at a scratch and say, that scratch is from such and such date?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Nothing more.
I'll allow it.
You cannot say, you can look at evidence and shows that it may have been older than what the newer evidence would be, but there's no way to say that specific date and time and that a scratch would came from.
Right. And it's possible that any or all of those scratches on the Lexus could have predated January 29th, correct?
No.
That's not possible.
The ones that are on from the taillight and the other parts of it.
Scratches anywhere on the car.
Depends on what you got to pick the other scratches. You got to show me other scratches on the car.
I'm saying it's possible, since you can't date a scratch, it's possible that any or all of those scratches could predate January 29th. It's a simple question, right? It's possible.
You're being pretty broad on your scratches here.
You're being pretty broad on your scratches.
I'm not being broad. Let me ask it a different way. Let me ask it again. Is it possible that any or all of the scratches that were noted on that car predate January 29th?
Any and all of the scratches? See, that's what I'm saying. You're being pretty broad. Any and all scratches on the car
Answer that question.
that it predate.
Objection.
I don't know every single scratch on that car. That could mean
Overruled.
Oh,
So,
for fuck's sake.
can you answer that question?
no.
That's not fair. You make him answer it. Dude, it annoyed me on the last one when we were looking at on the last live stream, it had his pictures, and I was looking at it, and I'm like, look at how many times he has scratches with stupid arrows, like scratch here, scratch there, scratch here, and I'm like, you can't see any of them. B, I'm like, it could be from literally anything. They're the types of scratches I have all over my car that I didn't do, and I have no idea how they got there, and it's just stupid.
Testify that you noted glass on the rear bumper of the SUV, correct?
Yes.
And you said something about that glass coming from the cup.
Correct.
You also said that you did not see anything on that SUV that could be the source of those glass pieces on the bumper, right?
Yes.
When you did your reconstruction and your analysis, were you informed?
How can you even
That
call it a
none-
reconstruction? Like when I think of a reconstruction, I think of someone like creating, like, I guess let's just say in this instance, what would it be? Somebody like being able to create like a graphic video of what happened, right? Like, or, you know, a 3D something rather, or something like reconstructing, right? I don't see how he did anything except put together charts that are inaccurate at best.
Of the glass pieces, not one of them could be matched to a cup.
I don't know anything about that. I don't know that.
So if you knew that the glass pieces on the bumper do not match the cup, does that change your opinion
Objection.
about that glass?
Can you answer that question?
I cannot.
I will say this much, credit where credit is due here. I think he genuinely didn't know fuck all about this glass situation, because what happens is on redirect, Lolly asks him, it's really kind of gross actually, Lolly asks him several times, basically the same question, but more leading each time, about this glass from the cup, and is trying to get him to say, so I don't even know what he's trying to get him to say, trying to get him to say something, right, in particular. And he's like, I literally don't know anything about this. So it's the same answer on both. And Lolly just loses that one. Hey, we have a new friend. Where's Chloe? Shout out to you. Happy to see you. Happy you're here. Welcome.
You can't answer the question.
It's what was told to me as evidence
Chloe the
Got
dog.
it. By whom?
by the crime scene.
Who told you?
As crime scene that was there, it says this glass from the cup.
Told him.
When I did my initial inspection, that's what it was on from.
That's not what you just said. You said that's
There
what
we
was
go.
told to me.
Yeah, by crime. No, yeah, I said by crime scene. While I was at my inspection,
Wait, what?
it was told to me by the crime scene when I was at my inspection, at the initial inspection.
So what you meant by that's what was told to me is the crime scene talked to you.
Yes.
I love it.
Crime scene say anything else?
I don't know what else do you want me to say.
What kind That was the weirdest talking.
Did Trooper Proctor tell you that those pieces of glass on the bumper were somehow associated with the cup?
No.
Just the crime scene told you.
Correct.
I know.
But if you knew that the crime scene was incorrect,
I know.
and in fact, those glass pieces don't match the cup, would that change your opinion?
Objection.
Sustained.
Would it change your opinion in any way if you knew that the glass pieces do not match the cup?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Can you answer that question?
No,
I'm sorry, no, you.
I don't. It's glass from a cup. It's glass. It's not. It doesn't belong to the vehicle.
Right,
It's glass.
but if I told you it didn't match that cup,
What?
would that change your opinion?
Objection.
Does that change your opinion?
Are we talking which cup? We never established which cup we're talking about.
How many cups
Oh, this is
have we been talking about, Trooper?
You said that cup. One at the, from the scene. Okay.
That cup, I'm talking.
I just want to make sure that we're on the clear path here.
Yep.
On the clear what we're talking about.
This is where it gets. Sorry, this is where it gets especially painful. I just want to make sure we're on the clear path here. It's like, oh God.
You said that cup. One at the, from the scene. Okay.
That cup, I'm talking.
I just want to make sure that we're on the clear path here.
Yep.
On the clear what we're talking about.
Absolutely. Let's
Okay.
be really sure.
All I said it's
It was
it's
found next to John O'Keefe's body in the snow at 34 Fairview on January 29, 2022. You got the cup in mind?
yes.
Okay. That's the cup. When I say cup, that's the cup.
Okay.
Would it change your opinion if I told you that the glass pieces on the bumper don't match that cup?
What's my opinion on it? All I said was glass from a cup. That's the only opinion I had. It's glass from a cup that was on a bumper.
Are you saying a cup?
A cup. A cup. It's not glass from the car. That was my opinion on it. I didn't never said it matched to the scene.
You didn't.
I never said that in my thing. I said it's glass from a
In
cup.
my thing. I never put that in
Okay.
my. That's
It's safe to say you didn't do any testing to determine the forces necessary to shatter a taillight on a 2021 Lexus 570, correct?
I did not do testing.
No, you're not. That's clear.
Your report indicates, we've talked about this a little bit, I'm going to go back to something we talked about earlier this morning. Your report indicates that John O'Keefe came to his final resting place about 7 feet from the roadway, and that's what you based your diagram on, correct?
Yes.
Who told you that number?
I measured it from my diagram.
Wait, what?
Wait, say that again?
I measured it from the diagram.
What? Wait, that doesn't make any sense.
Okay, what I'm asking is how did it get on the diagram? In other words, who
Right.
told you that his body was 7 feet from the roadway?
Well, wait, I was told by Lieutenant, was it Gallagher? Paul Gallagher, Cat and PT. He told me this is where the body was found. So I used my devices to mark that location.
Okay.
Wait.
but
What
before you-
devices are your devices? Is that your like ESP, like your crime scene whisperer psychic abilities? Is that your devices?
used your devices, he just pointed someplace on the ground and said he was about here, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Did Lieutenant Gallagher tell you that Lieutenant Gallagher never saw John O'Keefe in place at the scene? Did he say that?
No.
Did Lieutenant Gallagher tell you that the first officer on the scene estimated his body at being
I know.
approximately?
I also thought that was funny, Canton PT. But the other funny thing is, the dude who he's talking to the whole time when he shows up, and this came out on direct, the first guy he meets up with when he gets there is Gallagher, which is Mr. Red Solo Cups. I mean, he was from the first week of trial, and he was the guy who was like, yep, it was all, we did everything great, and we used the Red Solo Cups. The Red Solo Cups are great, and we don't know how to collect things in the snow, and we've never had a snowstorm, and, blah, blah, blah. There was like a lot more things. Nope, definitely not. And no measurements
15
either.
to 20 feet from the
Actually,
roadway?
Gallagher is the same dude that was like, yeah, we don't do measurements.
No.
If he had told you that it changed your diagram?
Objection.
Here's what I have to say, and I'm going to let Lolly do it because no one says it quite like Lolly. Hold on, we have proof of this. Unlike the Commonwealth, we do have evidence of things.
There's no evidence of anything in this case.
So there you go.
I was just He told me this is where he was found. I marked that location. That's all that was.
And you marked basically every other piece of item. Sorry, it was a terrible question. Every other item you marked based on a distance from where you were told John O'Keefe's body came to rest, correct?
Yes.
Again, that was by Lieutenant Gallagher just pointing at the ground and saying it was about here.
Correct.
Was there a single member of the team that was out when you were being shown where the body came to rest? Was there a single member of that team who actually said they saw John O'Keefe's body in place?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
From, what do you mean team? Canton PD?
Whoever was there.
Or
Who was
Canton
there
PD.
with you when you started doing your measurements and et cetera?
He didn't
I
take
said
any
Lieutenant Gallagher, that too.
Just you and him?
And myself, and I was training a trooper at the time. She was there.
You were training a trooper at the time?
Unbelievable.
Okay, so it was just my
training
mistake. I
someone
assumed that
else.
there were several people out there. It was just you and Lieutenant Gallagher.
Yes, that's why I was confused by the team.
All right. And again, Lieutenant Gallagher didn't tell you that he never saw John O'Keefe's body in place.
No, I don't believe so.
Yeah.
You did document in your report that the items that you noted on your diagram that we just looked at a few minutes ago, those were found by the CERT team, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
And you indicated in your report that the
It does still make me wonder just how far away he was from the fire hydrant. Yeah, fire hydrant. Oh my God, yeah. Fire hydrant too, because it's just so hard to tell from the pictures and without measurements and shit, right? Like, it still makes me wonder just how far, because if depending on how far away the fire hydrant and the oh my God, I can't even talk, flagpole are from each other, I still am just curious, because we don't really have good, facts, evidence, as it were, like, the things you want in a trial. As to that, that's a tough one, right? Where the body was found matters. So,
members of the CERT team
Definitely.
located a single Nike sneaker that was
Right.
noted on your.
I know.
Is that right?
I can just picture it now. The person who was training is like, okay, so how do I know left from right? And Trooper Paul's like, I have no idea. I'm a blind, naked mole rat. What do I know? For anyone who's new, earlier we were talking about who would Trooper Paul's spirit animal be, and we decided a naked mole rat. And turns out they're also blind, so perfect.
Yes.
You also indicated that, quote, in the same area, 2 red plastic pieces and 1 clear piece of plastic of a taillight was discovered.
Yes.
So your report is clear that in total, the items discovered by the CERT team on January 29th were a shoe, right?
Yes.
A partial glass cup broken, correct?
Well, it was that on there. I can't remember if that's on their diagram or if that's what's I was told at the scene, but yes, yes.
You knew
He's
that
like,
a
it
cup was
doesn't even
found.
Yes.
matter. At this
You were told
point.
the cup was found.
Yes.
And 3 pieces of plastic, 2 red, 1 clear.
Yes.
Not 5 pieces of plastic, correct?
Correct.
There's that plastic.
You then measured those items, is that
I'd
right?
like to bring that up, though.
I didn't. What do you mean measure them? Like
Measured
at
them
this?
relative to John O'Keefe's final place of rest. 10 feet from it, 12 feet from it.
Yeah,
what
he
did you
didn't
go
do
with?
measure. No, they didn't.
Yes, I used their report to place those items
Oh my
onto
God.
my diagram.
Kennedy.
So, and that, I'm going to get to that question in just a second. I want to make sure that we walk through it sort of methodically. You then use some calculation,
Laying
some
foundation.
tool or something to measure distances. Like there's where I assume John O'Keefe's body was. He was
Again,
find the rest place.
He's
and then
doing
use
that
as
again,
point
where he's like, oh, I don't know if he's going to know that word, so let me dumb it down for
A,
him.
and then I'm going to measure from there and go 7
None
feet
of that
to where
happened. That's
the
it.
shoe was found,
There was no-
or the first red plastic piece was found, or whatever, right?
Yes,
Who told you where the pieces were found?
they were in Lieutenant Tolley's report. He put measurements in his report.
Right.
Okay. And
No one measured it. It's incredible.
you noted
No.
that the shoe was 9 feet.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. We are all on the same page here that this should not have gone to trial. It's absolute insanity. Yeah, it's hard.
Yes,
You put that in your diagram.
correct,
You noted that the glass cup was 1 foot from John O'Keefe's body, correct?
correct.
1 foot is about that long, right?
Yes, it was. They basically said it was found next to him.
Right.
Yes.
A piece of red plastic 7 feet from John O'Keefe's body, correct?
Correct.
A clear plastic piece 10 feet from John O'Keefe's body, right?
Yes.
And a red plastic piece 12 feet from John O'Keefe's body, correct?
Correct.
What part of his body were you measuring from?
Like center of mass.
So he's 6'2".
Yes.
Did Lieutenant Gallagher tell you where his center mass was?
No, I measured from. He just said he was here, so I tried to put like where his head, where his feet, and try to measure the middle between those two.
So ultimately,
didn't even know-
because Lieutenant Gallagher was not at the scene when he was found, Lieutenant Gallagher had to sort of guess where the
Yeah.
body was found, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
This is really crazy.
You had no photographs.
It's like when you're in kindergarten and you play that game of telephone. You know, you guys know the game where it's like they say the word and then you pass the word along. It's like that, but imagine that no one even heard the word in the first place. And the first word was just already misheard or already made up or whatever, right? And then from there, it's like a game of telephone. And then you get 50 people down the row, and whatever that word is the answer. That's like what this was like, this investigation. Or at least like this whole idea of where was the body, right? That's what that is.
John O'Keefe in place, correct?
Correct.
There were no establishing shots and there were no prospective shots, correct?
Correct.
There were no relative shots, meaning this is relative to that, and I can
He
measure
knows,
that and figure
he
out
knows
distances,
Trooper
correct?
Paul won't know what relative means.
What, like from the picture?
Yeah,
See,
so
look.
you know how that's done in
Oh my
science, right? You want to find out a relative position of something, so you take 2 or 3 or 4 shots. You know,
I'm losing my mind. This is insane. I was saying, like, oh, he's explaining what relative means because he knows Trooper Paul won't know what the word means. And he gets done explaining it, and Trooper Paul is still confused by the question. Let's listen to that again. Wow.
Picture?
yeah, so you know how that's done in science, right?
He
You want to
doesn't
find out a
know.
relative
He doesn't
where
know.
the body was found, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You had no photographs of John O'Keefe in place, correct?
Correct.
There were no establishing shots and there were no prospective shots, correct?
Correct.
There were no relative shots, meaning this is relative to that, and I can measure that and figure out distances, correct?
What, like from the picture?
Yeah, so you know how that's done in science, right? You want to find out a relative position of something, so you take 2 or 3 or 4 shots. You know that something is never going to move, like, I don't know, a flagpole. You can measure from there.
Sure.
You get cross coordinates, right?
Sure.
Left and right, and where the 2 coordinates match, that's where the item is, right?
Correct.
None of that was done, right?
From the pictures?
None of that was done to do your measurements.
I used the measurements I measured on my diagram in itself, and I measured from those points off my diagram.
Right.
Oh my God.
But the starting point was a guess, wasn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you have to sort of
Point.
guess at where you thought John O'Keefe's
His point is garbage in, garbage out, right? If all the numbers he was given are made up or guesses or whatever, you know, they're not measurements, they're not facts, whatever, it's just a guess, then his entire chart is garbage. I mean, I would agree the chart's garbage anyway because the Google thing, but I guess actually that's the different chart. So all the charts are garbage then is what this basically boils down to. So
body was?
I didn't guess where his body was.
Did you guess at his center of mass?
Objection.
Did you guess?
I did not guess.
Next question.
You stated in your report that you Google mapped Miss Reed's path of travel.
there it is. The
Well, let me
Google
ask you a different
Maps.
question. If I could withdraw that question with the court's permission.
Yes.
My favorite thing.
Your diagram has all those arrows pointing at specific locations. Very, very specific. Very thin arrows point.
They're
correct?
very thin
Yes.
arrows.
If you start off with an incorrect
Oh,
assumption
here we go. Speaking of
about
garbage and
where
garbage
John
out.
O'Keefe's body
Holy
was,
shit.
right? Hypothetically, if you were to start off with an incorrect assumption where John O'Keefe's body was, every single item that you note on that diagram would then be off as well, wouldn't it?
Objection.
Is that true?
I mean, I guess hypothetically, depends on how off you want to be.
The answer is yes.
Defense.
Hypothetically.
You stated in your report that you Google mapped Miss Reed's path of travel on January 29th based on
Insane.
what you determined to be, quote, it's likely the two, and you said
This was
that,
the first big problem I noticed with him when he was on direct. And as you all know, I was just like getting out of the shower, trying to detangle and blow dry my hair. And I had missed most of his testimony. I'd only just heard him misspeak when he's asked his first question on direct about how long he's been working there. He gets it wrong. And then I got in the shower and then I was like, oh, he's still on the stand, you know, and I'm like detangling my hair and shit. And like, and I saw that there was some sort of chart, and then I heard the thing about the odometer, and he said he used Google Maps. And from there, I already saw exactly where that was going, and I was like, oh my God, you're joking me. Because the entire premise of everything they're saying is based on the behavior from Kieran's car happening at a certain time and at a certain location, but they have no way to prove the time or the location of any of those events. And the only way to do it is with this Toyota tech stream, which is based off of the odometer, but they have no way to know what her odometer was. So what does Trooper Paul do? He Google Maps all the places she drove to, and each place has multiple different ways to get there. So he looks at all the different, multiple different ways that you could get to each of those places, which, I mean, I'm sure every single person on that jury and everyone here has used Google Maps, and his Google Maps is not always accurate. I mean, it's just like, anyway. And then he averages them out because we're never going to know, because we don't actually know which way she went is what that's saying, right? So that he averages them out and uses that as the basis for that entire chart. So as he started introducing the chart, I literally said to my TV, which was because I was playing it on the TV where my blow dryer is, and I was like, this chart is fucked. This chart is fucked. And that's when I was like, this entire thing's fucked. Like, this is like everything he's testifying to. This is all fucked. So, oh, the cop that whispered, just kill me. That was, no. That's the dude. That's the next law enforcement officer after him. That's, I always forget this dude's name. Garino, maybe? Yeah, that's the dude who whispered, just kill me. He's the guy coming right up who did all the cell phone shit, and that's when like we got to hear some of the voicemails and stuff. Garino, I can't remember how to spell that name, but yeah. So we haven't gotten there yet on the recap.
it's, quote, it's likely that the two events, meaning the triggering events,
If PSN is still listening, I'm sure he knows how to spell
occurred at the same time the Lexus was at 34 Fairview at the time of the collision, correct?
Yes.
Thank
The
you,
first triggering
Bender.
event is what? Is it a three-point turn or a U-turn? I thought I heard you say that.
Y'all, here we go. The 3-point turn versus the U-turn. We have talked a lot about this.
I guess it would be more, 3-point turns. Essentially, I guess it's a 3-point turn.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, did you say U-turn on Friday? I could have sworn I heard
We
that.
did. Oh, we
It could have
did.
been a U-turn. I mean, it's still
I timestamped
turning
it.
around. So you had to make a U-turn when that's a 3-point turn or not, but it's still.
Okay, but not to be picky, but sort of my job.
Okay.
A U-turn is traveling in one direction, turning, right? Turning the wheel,
Right.
never changing gear.
Right.
And
I
since
mean, it's a
we're-
big difference. A U-turn is completely different. You don't go in reverse, and you also don't use the brake.
Just turn, right?
Yeah, it's just a turn.
A 3-point turn requires
Completely different.
moving forward, stopping, changing gears, moving
Yeah, if
backward,
you're like
stopping, changing gears,
And if you're like me, you might even do like an 8-point turn if you need to.
using the steering input and then moving off, correct?
Correct.
Well, those are two very different maneuvers, right? You'd agree?
Yes.
In a sense, I was trying to say she made a U-turn. Like you can say they made a U-turn.
No.
It's a 3-point turn. They're still
No.
making a U-turn,
No.
and it's. I didn't mean it as like
No.
she literally had to make a direct U-turn. She was turning around, and obviously
Oh
the
my
diagram or the
God.
trigger shows a 3-point turn.
Weasel
Well,
alert.
I mean, I guess you could have said reversing direction, right?
That could have been a better way to say it. Yes.
You didn't say that. You said U-turn. So are you changing your testimony from Friday that it was a 3-point turn, or could it possibly have been a U-turn? Which is it?
It's a 3-point turn.
Okay, because you have evidence of the starting, stopping, changing gears, reversing, stopping, changing gears, turning.
That's correct.
Okay, so when you said U-turn, that was inaccurate.
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained.
Let's get back to the path of travel when you began your analysis. How did you know what the Lexus's path of travel was
He didn't. He Googled. Y'all,
that day?
this is it right here.
I got the directions from Trooper Proctor.
And what did Trooper Proctor tell you in terms of the path of travel specifically? A starting point and an ending point? Tell you the exact path Lexus traveled.
No, all I got was mostly just the addresses.
Okay, so if you've got 2 points on a map, and Trooper Proctor told you Lexus traveled from point A to point B, there are multiple ways to get from point A to point B. You'd agree with that, right?
That's what I was saying.
You picked one of those, right? The path of travel includes freeways, etc., right?
Hey,
Yes.
Thunder,
But as
did
you
you
see-
hear about your I know you let us know when you thought you would hear more about your job, but I can't remember right now off the top of my head when you said that would be, not to mention where the time zone thing makes it confusing. So I just was wondering if you'd heard anything.
Here, you don't know what her actual path of travel was, because it could have been something different, right?
It could have been something. That's why I gave a range on my diagram.
Do you have any scientific evidence to establish what her actual path of travel is, or did you just guess at the path of travel?
I got the addresses from Trooper Proctor. I put them into the thing, and then one of the possibilities of 36 miles, and that was after looking at all of them. At 36 miles is a possibility.
Right, understood. So that's what I'm trying to get to, Trooper Paul.
Okay.
That's one possibility. There's 36 miles,
Okay.
one route of travel, right?
Correct.
There are other possibilities, right?
Thanks, Thunder. I would hire you.
Yes.
I'd
So
hire
between
you.
and among the possibility that you picked and the other possibilities, you just sort of had to guess. And there's no science to it. You just said, I'm going to pick that one. You put it in my report, right?
No, that's not how that worked.
Okay, why don't you tell me how that works?
Her odometer mileage on the car from the download and time we had the vehicle shows 36 miles. So when I plugged those addresses into Google, it came up as 36 miles as a possibility.
And you knew that there was another route of travel to the same location, correct?
What do you mean?
There were alternative routes of travel to the same 2 points, from and to the same points, correct?
Yes. Yes.
You could have tried to extract the location data from Ms. Reed's cell phone to determine the exact route of travel, correct?
I don't know. I don't have access to do cell phone extractions.
So that answers my next question. You did not even attempt to do that, did you?
No.
So this is like what I've been talking about too with Murdoch, right? How did they put together such a strong case with his, the vehicle, right? Well, they had the telemetry data, which showed exactly all the behavior of the vehicle. They got the GM OnStar data at the last second, right? And then, but they needed to prove where he was, right? So that was the cell phone. That's exactly what he's asking. Like they used the cell phone location data. That way they were able to say he was driving here at this time at this place, and he was going this fast, and this was happening with his vehicle, and he was talking on the phone, Bluetooth, and all this shit. Like that's combining all the factors. And so that's the problem, is like they don't have her location, whereabouts, right? They don't have times, they don't have anything. So
You did attempt to analyze the key cycles for the Lexus in order to determine placement of that vehicle. You just talked about that with Mr. Lauper, right?
Yes.
I want to be clear for the jurors because most people have probably never heard of key cycles. A key cycle does not have any location data associated with it whatsoever, does it?
Correct.
It just shows you when a vehicle is turned on, the ignition is on and off. That's one cycle, correct?
No.
Tell me what I got wrong.
Key cycle, the car doesn't have to be turned on.
Say that again.
It goes from off to run. The engine doesn't have to be started to off.
Understood.
Off to run.
So if it turns on, well, every single ignition is a key cycle. Every time the engine turns on, that's absolutely a key cycle. Once it's turned off again, right?
That gets recorded as an ignition cycle.
Right. So a key cycle can be an ignition cycle, but it doesn't have to be an ignition cycle. It also can be just turning the sort of accessory on, right?
The key cycles turn the accessories on.
All right. But it doesn't, my question was, and where we started with this conversation is, it does not have any location data on it whatsoever.
Correct.
All right. So when you drive your car, you walk out, get in the car, turn the ignition on, start to drive, get to your location, turn it off. That's one key cycle, right?
One ignition cycle.
But and I'm going to use the word key cycles because you use the word key cycles in your report. That's what we're talking about.
I'm using that because that's how the trigger was read.
That's how what?
The triggers were read on the text stream. That's how they read them. Key cycles.
By key cycles.
That's
Yes.
I'm going to use that phrase key cycle.
Okay.
We're talking about the same thing. It's an ignition on, ignition off cycle.
It doesn't have to be on.
So you mean the engine doesn't have to be turned on?
Correct.
Right. But if you're seeing triggering events, not trying to be tricky here, seeing triggering events, your car's in motion, what does that tell you? The ignition's on or off?
The ignition is on.
Right. That's what I'm getting to. But it has no location data associated with whatsoever. It could be here, it could be in Wyoming. The car wouldn't know the difference. It's not to report the difference to you, correct?
On the key cycle,
Correct.
on just the key cycle. The key cycle does not give out locations.
Say that again?
The key cycle does not give a location.
Right. So your analysis is trying to go from a known key cycle that you can figure out and then work backward from there to try to figure out where the car was on a particular ignition cycle or key cycle, correct?
I didn't use the key cycle to put it back.
Say that again?
I did not use the key cycle to place the car back in its location. The key cycles were, all I got from the key cycles is that they occurred close within proximity to the time we've had the vehicle, not basically saying that this was the location based off the key cycle.
Well, let's look at Exhibit 591 with the court's permission.
Okay.
Did you testify on Friday that this is a copy of the exhibit that was put in 591? This is part of your report, correct?
Yes, it is.
And this is a chart that shows when, move to this arrow, that arrow indicates top and bottom where your testing occurred, correct?
Yes.
Okay, we move over to the left. That is key cycle what?
1164.
Right. You stated in your report that there were, quote, 2 triggers recorded on odometer 12629 and key cycle 1162, correct?
Yes.
These events were prior to the testing triggers on odometer readings 12665/12666.
Yes.
Okay. So what we're saying, what you're saying in that report is the triggering events were at 1162, going in reverse in order. 1162 comes before 1164. They're numerical. Is that right?
Yes.
Every single key cycle just tags another number on top of it, right? There's no formula.
Correct.
After 1 comes 2, after 2 comes 3, 4, 5, 6, and then move on, right?
Yes.
So by the time you got the vehicle, there had been 1,164 key cycles on the history of that car, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you knew, and you put in your report, the key cycle difference was exactly 2 key cycles, right?
Yes.
1164, 1163, 1162. That's the triggering events, correct?
That's correct.
You also reiterated in your report in paragraph 23, 24, 26, and 29, and also in this exhibit in your car's report, that the triggers occurred at key cycle 1162, right?
Yes.
You were assisted in your car's report, I think you mentioned Trooper Zach Clark, is that right?
Yes.
Trooper Proctor assisted to a certain degree, correct?
Yes.
Trooper Larini, Carol Larini, is that right?
Yes.
Also Sergeant Sean Good of Canton PD assisted as well, correct?
Yes, in a sense.
Did they all read the report before it was finalized?
No.
Did you have any supervisor read the report before it was finalized?
Yes.
And he agreed with the assessments in the report?
Yes.
So in summary, everybody that read the report and you who authored the report believed, and it's reflected in that report, that key cycle 1162 contained the two triggers that you're talking about, right?
Yes.
That's the 3-point turn, I guess it's now a 3-point turn, right? Changing direction, and then
Yes.
the reverse at 24 miles per hour, correct?
Correct.
And you even went on and testified to that exact thing under oath in front of the state grand jury, correct?
Yes. Wait, hold on. Under the text streams?
On the key cycles.
Not in grand jury.
Okay. You testified to it on direct examination on Friday and again this morning.
Yes, correct.
If your testing occurred at key cycle 1164, that means you turned the engine on, the ignition on to start your testing, correct?
Correct.
And that triggering event that we see up there at 1164 initiated your testing. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. So that 1164 is where that's where there's no more unknowns, in other words, right? You know exactly where the car is, who's in the car, who turned the car on, and what the triggering events were and what they reflected, because you did it, correct?
Correct.
It's you.
Yes.
So that would be the cornerstone, basically, of your entire analysis of the key cycles.
Say again.
The cornerstone, in
Like-
other words, the one known that is immovable, it's immutable, is 1164 began your testing. Is that right?
Objection.
Is that right? I'm going to allow the question.
Yeah, that's when the car was in state custody.
All right. So starting at 1164 and counting backward, before you started your testing, you know that the SUV had to be started, the ignition had to be turned over, and it was driven to the Sally Port in Canton at 5:31 p.m. from a tow truck on January 29th, correct?
I didn't know that.
You did or did not?
Did not know that.
Okay. Assuming that the car had to be started and put on a tow truck, that would be key cycle what?
I don't know how. I can't speak to the fact that recorded a key cycle at that time.
I can't hear you.
I can't speak to the fact that we record a key cycle at that time.
Okay. If the car was turned on and driven onto a tow truck, would that be a key cycle?
I don't know because these keys record different ways, so I can't speak to how or why it did not record on there. All I can speak to is that those are the key cycles. The odometer mileage is more what I was going after on this whole thing.
Trooper Paul, you just said unequivocally, when a car is turned on and then turned off, there's a key cycle.
I said when the car without the ignition on, that's a key cycle.
Right.
That's correct.
That's what I mean, when it's turned on, when the engine turns on.
That's the definition of what it is. I can't speak to why it didn't go on, why it did not record.
Well, let's talk about the ignition cycles
Okay.
before 1164. Okay?
Okay.
Obviously, the car had to get to Canton PD because you saw it there, correct?
Correct.
Assume for purposes of my question, the car was turned on, and there's a video of it turning on, driving up onto a flatbed tow truck.
Yes.
That would be ignition cycle, I'm going to use your word, key cycle, ignition cycle, 1163, correct?
Again, ignition cycle, key cycles are two different things.
Which word do you want me to use?
If you want to talk about key cycles, key cycles. If you want to talk about ignition cycles, it's ignition cycles when the vehicle gets turned on. A key cycle does not mean to be turned on.
But every single ignition cycle includes a key cycle. You can't have an ignition cycle without a key cycle, correct?
Well, if you want to talk about it, just use the key cycles or ignition cycles. I'm trying to make sure this gets out. I'm sorry. I'm trying to make sure that this gets put out the correct way.
Every ignition cycle includes a key cycle, correct?
In a sense,
By definition, it has to, right?
it doesn't have to. They record multiple different ways.
You can have an ignition cycle without a key cycle.
I don't know how it recorded, but it could happen.
Explain that. How could that possibly happen?
Because a key cycle is when it turns on, not engine running, and then turns off.
Okay, so work with me here.
Ignition cycle is when it turns on, engine running for 2 seconds, and then comes off.
Okay, so
Or the 2 seconds, if it's not on long enough, it might not record one.
okay, let's ignore the 2 seconds.
Okay.
That's not what we're doing.
Okay.
All right. Let's assume that it's an old-fashioned type of key.
Okay.
Okay. Halfway on, the electricity is on. It's like it used to be called ACC. Accessories,
Yes.
Right.
Yep.
Insane. Hi, Kim.
That's a key
Glad you're
cycle,
back.
correct?
I was sorry, I was letting
For
Toyota.
that intents and
It's
purposes.
so insane how they didn't hire anybody or bring in anybody from Toyota. Like they could have even subpoenaed somebody from Toyota to come in and got to look ahead. Got a lot of look ahead planning. Oh, cool. That's awesome. Bye, Fender. We'll miss you. Yeah, it's just so crazy that they didn't do what every other person would do in other trials and like, you know, bring in someone from the place that matters, like Toyota, to explain this because, you know, it matters because they're getting to the heart of the missing key cycle here. And so it matters what the difference is.
Yes, this vehicle's not a key cycle. It's not a
They
thing.
keep turning,
Okay.
and that turns the engine on, right?
It turns the engine on, correct.
An ignition cycle, right?
Yes. Well, then turns off.
Single ignition cycle necessarily includes the precursor key cycle, correct? Even though every key cycle might not include an ignition cycle. Would you agree with that?
In that scenario, yes.
Fine. Okay, with that definition, I want to talk about ignition cycles because I don't want to get confused about accessories. What? Just assume the engine.
Okay.
turns on, all right?
Okay.
If you started your testing at 1164, then if the engine was turned on, thereby indicating initiating a key cycle, driving the car onto a flatbed truck, and then hauling it over to Canton PD, that would be key cycle 1163 in that hypothetical, correct?
It could be.
Okay. Then going backward from there, if the SUV was, I'm sorry, let me add one event that I just forgot. It had to get off the tow truck in Canton and be driven into the Sally Point. Did you ever see that video?
No.
Being driven in?
No.
If there was a video showing that the car was actually driven into the Sally Port, that would necessarily be a key cycle, correct?
Possibly.
Okay, so that would be key cycle 1163. My mistake, I was missing one, right?
Okay.
Before that, if the car was turned on and driven onto the flatbed to get to Canton, that would be key cycle 1162 in order, correct? We're going backward,
It's possible.
all right? Before that, if the car was started and the car was driven from One Meadows Avenue to Karen Reed's parents' home in Dighton, that would be another key cycle, 1161, correct?
They're possible.
Before that, if the SUV was started and driven by Miss Reed from the garage at John O'Keefe's house to Jennifer McCabe's house at 5:07 in the morning, that would be another key cycle, correct? 1160. Is that right?
It's possible.
And before that, if the SUV was started and driven by Miss Reed to the waterfall, I'm sorry, from the waterfall to 34 Fairview at approximately 12:15 a.m., that would be another key
Yeah,
cycle.
we all want to know. Kim.
1159.
You got someone from
Right?
Toyota. You know, that's how much you want to bet. I'm sure it's happened somewhere, probably on social media. Y'all keep an eye out. Somewhere, someday, somebody from Toyota who's like an expert at this key cycle thing and Toyota Tech Stream is going to watch this testimony and fill in these blanks, hopefully. I mean, I would, you know, it's got to happen, right? They've got to hire a lot of people over there, Toyota. So maybe someday. Maybe someday we'll
Possible.
learn.
I want to be clear. The reason that these numbers skip in your diagram, they don't go directly in order, right? Not every single number is in order on this left-hand column. It's because this is only a diagram of when triggering events occur, right?
Yes.
Something unusual about the operation of the vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And it's clear that from the data, there was no triggering event at key cycle 1159, was there?
No.
So assuming the driving events that I just told you,
It's just so crazy.
right? Assuming for purposes of my question,
If there's a key cycle, if at key cycle 1159, if that key cycle wouldn't have any triggering events, and there's a key cycle missing from his chart, right? And if you were to add that in, her being at 34 Fairview would be at key cycle 1159. I mean, it just disproves this entire fucking thing. But I mean, there's already so many ways to disprove it. So
that the driving events started at 1159, driving over to 34 Fairview from the waterfall. Then driving at 5:07 in the morning over to Jen McCabe's house, 1160. Then driving to Dighton, her parents' house, 1161. Then the car being seized in Dighton
there's the trip to Dighton.
by Trooper Proctor, 1162. Then the car being taken off the flatbed and driven into the Sallyport at Canton, 1163.
I think
Your
these are
testing starts at 1164. That would mean that at 1162, that key cycle would include the time in which Trooper Proctor had possession of that car, correct?
No.
Assuming my hypothetical,
Your hypothetical?
yes.
If that's hypothetically how it works, then yes.
Then what?
What does that
If that's hypothetically how it works, then yes.
What?
On June 9th, 2022, you were
Objection.
asked by a grand jury whether you knew or had done any scientific testing to determine the distance a body would actually travel struck by a vehicle. Remember that?
Good one.
Not that specifically. Not in that way.
Do you remember answering that you had not, I'm just paraphrasing, that you had not done all you hadn't finished your report yet?
Why don't you show him? He said he didn't remember it that way.
You were asked, does that remind you that you were asked by a grand juror if you could calculate how far a body
did it
would
say?
move having been struck by a vehicle?
Yes.
And you indicated, quote, yeah, there's certain calculations we can do with that. Would figure out if the car backed up, hit somebody, and then they go a certain amount of distance, and
I
it's
mean, it
based on
sounds
model.
like what he's actually saying is like, if you were to add in the missing key cycles, the key cycle where there's those triggering events would place the car in the possession of Trooper Proctor, which is making it say like Trooper Proctor attempted to, use the car in a way that would, look like the crash or look like the accident, right? And then we also know that Trooper Proctor lied about the time that the car was delivered to the Sallyport. And also there's the videos that are missing of it at the Lollyport. So
Miles per hour, the speed of the vehicle, the striking vehicle, and stuff. Remember saying that?
Yes.
What did you mean by stuff?
I love it.
I don't know.
You said that the calculations
Well,
would
you
be
don't know what
based
you
on
meant, then
miles
what's
per
the point?
hour and stuff. Did you ever do any stuff to test that? The grand juror's question.
Right.
No, we cannot calculate anything from this collision.
Say that one more time.
We cannot calculate
I
anything.
think this is the testimony we just heard. Right. And there were no triggers. Right. Yes. Yes. I think they're quoting Jackson here.
from this collision.
Who's we?
I'm sorry, me, the role me.
Well, you know John O'Keefe's weight, right?
What's that?
You know John O'Keefe's weight, 217 pounds, right?
I'll back it up to hear
Yes.
that part again. But I
Did you
think
know
they're just
that?
quoting Jackson.
Stuff. The test report yet. Proctor, 1162. That the driving events started at 11:59, driving over to 34 Fairview from the waterfall. Then driving at 5:07 in the morning over to Jen McCabe's house, 11:60. Then driving to Dighton, her parents' house, 11:61. Then the car being seized in Dighton,
Oh, so it's not exactly what he said, but it's pretty similar.
11:62. Then the car being taken off the flatbed and driven into the Sallyport of Canton, 11:63. Your testing starts at 11:64. That would mean that at 11:62, that key cycle would include the time in which Trooper Proctor had possession of that car.
Right, getting put on.
Correct?
No.
Assuming my hypothetical.
I think that he's actually hammering home. I mean, again, this was a I don't know. Instead of you taking instead of taking this and using it to hammer home the point that the key cycle with the trigger was not when Karen was at 34 Fairview or whatever, like what it's saying here, where it says that 11:59 is the one where she was driving when she dropped John off and there were no triggers, right? Instead of hammering that point, he's using it to hammer the point that when the triggers happened, the car would have been in Trooper Proctor's possession. So,
Your hypothetical?
Yes.
If that's hypothetically how it works, then yes.
Then what?
If that's hypothetically how
we don't know, and I don't know that we will ever know. I mean, my theory was still that he maybe something happened and he fell and hit his head on the fire hydrant. But we were saying earlier, we have a friend in the chat who's a retired physics teacher. He was saying that, and he's actually been to the house. He lives in Massachusetts. He was saying that John O'Keefe's body was too far from the fire hydrant for that to be the case. But I don't know. I mean, because the thing is like we don't have a good idea of how far apart the flagpole and the fire hydrant are, which is part of the problem. And it's hard to tell from the pictures, but if they're not that far apart, then ostensibly I still think it could be in the realm of possibility. I don't know. The head injury that I accidentally saw looks like the fire hydrant, and he was found very close to it. So, and we know he went unconscious as soon as that happened and would not have been able to move. So, but I've been saying this for a long time. My joke about the fancy food dinner party, right? Like, it's like a game of Clue, and like the McAlberts probably think that somebody in the house or somebody that was there killed him because they were all drunk and they don't know what happened. And what if nobody did and it was the fire hydrant? Right? That's the $1 billion question. I know, right? I mean, the thing is that it sucks because we don't have enough information to know for sure. Really, we just don't. And that's what sucks. I really hope we get more information from the feds. Please, feds, if you're listening, please help us.
works, then yes.
On June 9th, 2022, you were asked by a grand jury whether you knew or had done any scientific testing to determine the distance a body would actually travel struck by a vehicle. Remember that?
Not that specifically. Not in that way.
Do you remember answering
I
that you had not, based on
I'm
just
sorry, I
paraphrasing, that you had not,
back.
having been struck by a vehicle?
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly.
And you indicated, quote, yeah, there's
Right. Yep.
certain calculations we can do
Well
with that.
said.
Would figure out if
Well said,
you
kid.
say if the car backed up, hit somebody, and then they go a certain.
I think the only thing we can say, I'll quote to RuPaul here, to Finley, is that he did not get hit by a car. He didn't get hit by a car. That's what we know.
amount of distance, and it's based on miles per hour, the speed of the vehicle, the striking vehicle, and stuff. Remember saying that?
Yes.
What did you mean by stuff?
I don't know.
So good.
You said that the calculations would be based on miles per hour and stuff. Did you ever do a stuff to test that? The grand juror's question.
No, we cannot calculate anything from this from this
Grand jury.
collision.
Say that one more time.
We cannot calculate anything from this collision.
Who's we?
We could not calculate anything from this collision. Is first of all, there's that. But second of all, is to say he lied to the grand jury. Like essentially, they indicted Karen, and it sounds like what happened was the grand jury was like, "Hey, are you going to test this? Are you going to test that? Blah blah." And then he was like, "Yeah, I'm going to do it." And then he promised them he would, and then he never did it. So like that sucks. Sorry for the grand jury. Well, it's not just that Karen Reed didn't hit him. No one hit. He was not hit by any car driven by anybody. He was not hit by a car. So that's even bigger. That's even more. That excludes Karen Reed even more because it's not even about her, right? He wasn't hit by a car. So that, I know, right? We could not calculate any. That's what yeah, it's right. That sentence alone.
I'm sorry, me, the role me.
Well, John O'Keefe's weight, right?
What's that?
You know John O'Keefe's weight, 217 pounds, right?
Yes.
Did you know that?
I don't know his weight, no.
The weight of the vehicle?
Yes.
What's the weight of the vehicle? Gross weight?
Oh my
What's the
God.
gross weight?
Yeah.
I think it's approximately 7,300 pounds.
Okay. Were you able to calculate the mass of the vehicle?
I did not calculate the mass of the vehicle.
Well, you told the grand jury that you were planning on doing that kind of stuff to calculate how
Rude.
far
He didn't even do
a
it.
person would travel being struck at that speed with a car of that weight. You didn't do those calculations?
No, because the calculations would vastly underestimate the speed of the vehicle.
You testified, again, my report isn't done yet. I'm going to look into it. I'm looking into all that
See?
stuff.
Here's this part.
Unquote,
I hate
correct?
that he lied to
Yes.
them.
There's that word again. It's been more than 2 years since that statement.
Incredible. This is
At the grand
incredible.
Is your report finished?
Yes, it is.
Did you engage in any of those calculations?
I looked into it. This type of collision I would not be able to use the formulas for this type of collision.
Well, let's talk about those formulas. How would you
I know,
calculate
it's
how
awful.
far a body at rest would travel after being struck by an object in motion?
We've got some nice Trooper Paul quotes going across the bottom of the screen here for your viewing
How would you
pleasure.
calculate that?
Slash horror.
In pedestrian collisions, I use the Squirrel formula, Squirrel throw formula.
Oh, what formula?
Squirrel.
What does that mean?
It's a type of formula that we
I
use
bet-
for a calculation
I
of
bet Dr. Bob
post-impact
knows what that
So-
is.
or speeds for pedestrians.
That includes certain principles of physics to calculate that, right?
He doesn't know what physics is.
What do you mean?
Right there it
I'm
is.
sorry?
What do you mean by certain forms of physics?
It's funny. I called that. I was saying it as a joke, but he literally doesn't know what physics is. Let's just hear that again.
Is your report finished?
Yes, it is.
Did you engage in any of those calculations?
I looked into it. This type of collision I would not be able to use the formulas for this type of collision.
Well, let's talk about those formulas. How would you calculate how far a body at rest would travel after being struck by an object in motion? How would you calculate that?
In pedestrian collisions, I use the Squirrel formula, Squirrel throw formula.
Oh, what formula?
Squirrel.
What does that mean?
It's a type of formula that we use for a calculation of post-impact
So
or
that's-
speeds for pedestrians.
that includes certain principles of physics to calculate that, right?
What do you mean?
Oh,
I'm sorry?
What do you mean by certain forms of physics?
even Jackson
There would be
caught off guard. He's like, I'm sorry. What?
physics calculations that would be required to figure out how far a body at rest would move having been struck by an object in motion.
Right.
That's a basic principle of...
Yeah, I guess you could say though.
All right. Can you describe for the jurors exactly what calculations you would need to employ to determine how far a body at rest would travel having been struck by an object in motion?
So, in this scenario, in this collision, it's more of a side swipe. So he did not ascertain. He did not get enough speed of the vehicle post impact with the vehicle to be able calculations. His center of mass was offset from the vehicle. So we would vastly underestimate his speed. So that's why I did not do a formula. If he was more in line with behind the vehicle, he would have been projected forward, and using that projection forward, he would have been able to get more closer to the actual speed of the vehicle during that post-impact travels.
Well, that presumes a couple of things, Trooper Paul. That presumes that he was quote unquote sideswiped, right?
Presumed,
Presumed by you.
Yeah,
You didn't see how he
Yeah.
was hit, did you?
I know.
based on the evidence, it appeared to be a side swipe.
That's your opinion.
That's just reading the evidence.
You're saying that the principles of physics as we know them today in modern mathematics
I love this
is
part.
thwarted by a sideswipe?
I love that so much. He's like, you're saying that the principles of modern mathematics are thwarted. And the way he says thwarted, we're going to listen to that again because it's very good. The way he says thwarted, I love
That
it.
presumes a couple of things, Trooper Paul.
I
That
know.
presumes that
I
he
know.
was
I
quote
know.
unquote sideswiped, right?
Presumed,
Presumed by you.
I mean, he, on direct examination, he says clown clockwise. So,
You didn't see how he was hit, did you?
based on the evidence, it appeared to be a side swipe.
That's your opinion.
That's just reading the evidence.
You're saying that the principles of physics as we know them today in modern mathematics is thwarted by a sideswipe?
Objection.
Is that what you're saying?
The calculations that are out there, you can get a speed, it will just underestimate the speed.
You would have to know what the initial momentum of the object is that's in motion, correct?
Of what object?
The truck.
oh my God.
Trooper Paul.
I would have to know that
Oh my
speed.
God.
Yeah, you'd have to know
my
what the
God.
initial momentum is, not speed, momentum. There's a difference,
Okay.
Do you know the difference?
right?
What
Would you agree with that?
happened next?
No.
You wouldn't have to calculate what the initial momentum is of the object in motion to determine the distance of the body at rest would move?
Well, in that sense, are we talking about trying to find the speed of the vehicle? That's usually what we're trying to do.
Right, okay, well, let's put the speed of the vehicle aside. Let's talk about initial momentum. What's the formula for calculating initial momentum?
There's different types of momentum formulas.
Well, there's actually one type of momentum formula. It's to calculate momentum.
Objection.
Sustained.
To calculate momentum, there is a single.
So sustained. Ask it differently.
Isn't it true, Trooper Paul, that there is a singular calculation for determining initial momentum? That is P equals M times V, where P is the momentum. You're solving for that. M is mass. You multiply that by velocity. Is that right? Pretty simple.
You wouldn't use that in a pedestrian collision.
Oh, because the pedestrian's somehow magically out of the realm of physics?
Objection.
Sustained.
Is a pedestrian out of the realm of physics and calculations?
No, it's the weight differential between the pedestrian and the vehicle.
So if the vehicle is too heavy and the body is too light, you can't calculate the initial momentum of the vehicle?
Yes,
Got it. Where'd you learn that?
Yeah.
it's in my math class. We only use momentum for a vehicle to vehicle.
Math class?
The crash reconstruction classes I have taken.
Got it. Would you need to apply the theory of conservation of momentum in calculating these data?
Do I need to calculate the conservation of momentum?
Heard of calculation, of conservation of momentum?
Yes,
Do you even know what that is? There's an equation for that as well, right?
yes.
You know what that is?
Not off the top of my head, but yes.
Based on the basic principles of physics, is the total momentum of the collision greater or less than the total momentum after the collision? Total momentum before the collision, is it greater or less than the total momentum after the collision? Basic question.
What type of collision?
Trooper Paul, they're exactly equal in all respects under the principles of physics, right? That's the theory of the conservation of momentum. Momentum doesn't change. It's just
Yes.
transferred from one body to another,
Yes,
correct?
correct.
Why didn't you say that to the jurors?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Trooper Paul, if you were qualified to, quote, look into all this stuff, you would probably know these answers, wouldn't you?
Objection.
Sustained.
Are there any other calculations that you'd need to figure out the stuff that you were talking to about with the grand jury?
Objection.
Sustained.
How about calculating the final velocity of the objects after the collision? Would that be important?
What objects?
That would be John O'Keefe's body, sir.
You-
Object
I don't-
that he claimed was flying through the air 30 feet.
Okay,
Objection.
sustained.
How about calculating the displacement using kinematic equations? Would you be able to do that?
The displacement of the body?
In order to calculate how far the body would move
This is where he's asking.
based on the mass of the object striking the body. Could you use displacement using kinematic equations?
So like I said before, the side swipe, he would not have gotten 100% of the vehicle, 100% of the speed of the striking vehicle. It would have vastly underestimated this vehicle. You couldn't hit a person and side swipe them, spin them off to the side, and have that and get a speed from those calculations.
I
So
think
you're
also
saying that
I think we're also getting to the pirouette part.
the discipline of physics
Yeah.
cannot figure out how far John O'Keefe's body would move. But you personally figured out that he would have flown now somewhat, or been projected somewhat 30 feet.
Objection.
Is that right?
Sustained.
Are you saying that the principles of physics are incapable of determining with the proper calculations how far John O'Keefe's body would have moved given the collision at issue?
Objection.
Is that what you're saying, Trooper?
No.
Okay, next question.
Well, you just said because it was a side swipe, all these calculations, these physics calculations are inapplicable, right?
What I'm saying, it would underestimate the speed and the distance.
The truth is, Trooper Paul, you have no idea what all these physics calculations mean, do you?
Objection.
Sustained.
You've not been trained in physics formally, have you?
Yes.
You have been.
It's incorporated into the classes.
Right. You have a few classes that use the word physics, but you haven't been formally trained in physics, have you?
Objection.
Sustained.
You haven't been formally trained in kinematics, correct?
It's in the aspects of all our crash reconstruction classes.
You haven't been formally trained and hold no degrees in biomechanics, do you?
I do not have a degree in biomechanics.
In fact, basically what you did in this case was calculated ignition cycles. And you even got those wrong, right?
Objection.
Sustained. Come on, Mr. Jackson. Ask the appropriate part of the question, you'll get it.
Let me ask you this. Based on your reconstruction, nearly 2-year investigation, exactly how was that taillight shattered? Explain it to us.
How does the taillight? What do you mean? So the taillight in this case was shattered when it was struck John O'Keefe's arm.
Exactly what part of his arm?
Based on what I saw for his injuries, was from the upper part of his arm down.
Was his arm out? And it just struck the arm like a hinge? Was it in front of him? You did the reconstruction?
It
Sure is exactly how his body was positioned when he was struck by that.
So it looks like his arm was more kind of like this. If I can try to get that.
You're indicating out by his side, correct?
Yes.
All right. And the taillight would have struck his arm, right?
Yes.
Not his torso.
Yes.
Okay. So the full mass, the full weight of that truck hit him basically at the elbow. Is that right?
No,
Missing his
no.
torso.
But I said it. Yeah, from the upper part of the arm
Right.
down. Yeah.
The elbow and the biceps.
I didn't see anything that shows an indication that this lower torso was struck, but
Okay. So his torso.
it's not saying it could not have been a possibility, but I just didn't see anything.
So his torso was spared from being hit, but the arm took the brunt, the full force of the vehicle, correct?
Like arm and shoulder, yes.
Okay. And you said he then did a spin, like a sort of a pirouette.
He got spun around possibly the way he struck, it looked like he could have turned around counterclockwise.
Okay. So if he turns around counterclockwise, is he turning around in the air counterclockwise?
Yes, initially.
So he gets hit on the upper biceps, shoulder area, and
Pirouette so
down
much.
to the
It's
forearm,
amazing.
right?
Yes.
By an unbroken taillight, right?
Yes.
In other words, it's nice and smooth.
Yeah.
Nothing, no shards of plastic or anything broken at the time that it made contact with his arm, right?
Correct.
Okay, so how did his arm get all cut up?
Because when his arm struck the taillight then cracked, and as the car is driving past him, the taillight could scratch it.
Got it. So he gets hit by the car, not his torso, just the arm. The taillight cracks, and as it passes by, his arm stays with it long enough to get striations, those scratches that we see, those lacerations, those abrasions that we see, right?
In a sense, yes.
And at the same time, he does a pirouette and flies 30 feet to his final point of rest.
I don't know if he did a pirouette.
Well, I'm using the word pirouette. He spun around.
He started rotating counterclockwise. I don't know how far he ran counterclockwise, but he started rotating. According to that, would push him to rotate counterclockwise. Whether or not he went counterclockwise all the way to his back toward the ground, it seems like a most likely possibility.
Got it. Did you account for the fact that his arm is on a hinge?
Is what? Say again?
Did you account for the fact in this scenario that you just told the jurors that his arm is on a hinge?
On a
It's called
hinge.
Shoulder.
Okay.
Right? So the arm got hit. Didn't his arm just swing?
I said arm and shoulder area, so his arm could have been considered part of it.
Even if his shoulder got the upper,
Okay.
you're pointing to his upper biceps.
Mm-hmm.
Right? There's no injuries on his shoulder, not a single one, not even a bruise, right?
Like I said, it looked like to me it was from up here. I don't know how far I can up back here, but it was up here.
Well,
So
you're the one that talked about his injuries on his arm.
yes.
That's limited to about mid biceps, to about mid forearm, correct?
Okay.
Right?
Yes.
No injuries on the shoulder, no injuries on the torso,
Well, and of
no
course,
injuries on the ribs, no injuries on the.
they did a stupid little experiment driving the car backwards to the Lolliport, and they had that dummy. The dummy has no arms or legs. As we pointed out in the last live stream, it was so crazy.
back, correct? Is that right?
Yes.
So your theory is you got hit on the arm, took the brunt of the force from the taillight on the arm, stayed with the vehicle long enough for the taillight to explode, basically, to shatter. Then these striations get on his arm, these abrasions. Does a pirouette, a spin, counterclockwise, and flies 30 feet in the air to his point of rest.
Amazing.
Yeah, it happened probably a little faster than that though.
That's his only problem with it. That's great.
I thought you said he hit his head on the curb.
I said that's one of the possibilities of when you look at the roadway as he gets spun around kind of clockwise. It's a possibility that the curb is there, any blunt force object on the ground, as the ground is pretty blunt.
Well, except in your scenario that you just told us, he flew through the air onto the light dusting of snow, grass, and dirt.
I didn't say through the air.
Say that again?
I didn't say he got thrown through the air.
Okay, I'll use your word. He got projected. Like
Projected doesn't mean it's not incorporating just throw. Project just means you get pushed forward. There's two parts of that. It's the air, then there's the ground. Like I said earlier, the tumbling, the rolling, whatever that part of the crash would happen. Projecting is just what we call what happens to a pedestrian post impact with a crash.
Okay, so a couple of questions. If his arm, elbow took the brunt of that entire impact, how do you account for the fact that he didn't suffer a broken bone?
I don't know.
How do you account for the fact that he didn't have a fracture?
Objection.
Sustained.
How do you account for the fact that he didn't even have a bruise on the arm?
Objection.
That's sustained too.
Truth is,
I don't know why that was sustained. I don't know why that was.
you know.
It made sense when he said, how do you account for the fact that he doesn't have a broken bone? And he said, I don't know. And then he said, how do you account for the fact that he doesn't have a fracture? Well, a fracture technically is a broken bone. So that was sustained, I guess, because asked and answered. But I don't know why she sustained the part about the bruise, because the bruise is different, and so that was not. I don't know. I don't know why that was sustained, but that happens with her. So,
Having investigated auto pedestrian accidents in the past, but John O'Keefe's injuries do not look anything like an automobile pedestrian accident, do they?
Yes, they do.
Isn't it true,
Okay.
Trooper Paul,
now
you came to these opinions and conclusions because Trooper Proctor told you to come to these opinions and conclusions in furtherance of his investigation?
That is not true.
That's why you have these opinions and conclusions that just don't make sense, correct?
yeah,
That is not true.
And you're just trying to fit a square peg into a round hole.
Action.
Sustained. All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Now, with regard to your testimony as far as that triggering event, well, the two events on 12,629B, you testified that that was consistent with a pedestrian collision, is that correct?
That is correct.
Again, if you could tell the jury, why is that consistent with a pedestrian collision?
The one specifically with the speeds and everything that we're referring to.
22 miles per hour in reverse for about
Right.
62 feet.
Okay, yeah, so why I think that's consistent with a pedestrian strike is because of the sudden change in the speed. It drops down by half mile per hour. The accelerator pedal is staying constant at the same percentage, and the steering wheel angle also turns to the right.
Now, your overall opinion is based on what you did as far as your construction, correct?
Yes,
Is there other information that you had at your disposal in formulating your opinion?
like from other reports and stuff?
Yes.
Yes,
And that would include physical evidence, is that correct?
correct.
And that would include witness statements, correct?
Objection.
Sustained is to form.
What, if anything else, would that include?
The roadway evidence, witness statements,
In witness statements, would that also include statements of the defendant?
correct.
Are you aware that the defendant indicated in a statement to troopers that she conducted a three-point turn in the area of 34 Fairview Road?
I'm going to allow that question.
Yes,
And what you observed in that triggering event is that from that mileage, is that consistent with the defendant's own statement?
yes it is.
Now, let me ask you a little bit, if you could, again, for the jury, clarify the difference between what you termed as an area of impact versus a point of impact.
Yes, an area impact is broader. It's a bigger area. Point to impact would mean something as obviously right there. That would be the area impact.
If I could ask the cell phone that was located under Mr. O'Keefe's body.
I love that. It was such a Trooper Paul answer right there, where he goes, "So the area of impact is a bigger area." Bravo.
That location, is that also consistent with the linear path that you were testifying about earlier?
Yes, it was.
And do you know whether or not that cell phone was in his hand or in his back pocket or somewhere else?
I do not know.
As far as let me ask you this. You were shown some photographs of some taillight pieces near a fire, correct?
Yes,
As far as the area of impact, that was, from what you determined, that was Mr. O'Keefe's sneaker, is that correct?
yeah, it was within that. What I've had for non-initial evidence, I said the area impact was a star in that area prior to the
I'm
sneaker.
sorry,
So what I was saying was the area impact was prior to the area the sneaker was. It was in that path, just prior to that area.
And why did you determine that it was in that area?
Because that was the first point of evidence.
And first point of evidence in relation to what and sort of how the evidence was configured as it was evident to you.
How it was pointed to me, it was the first point of evidence away from, for the furthest point of evidence at that time that knew away from the pedestrian.
And Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that?
There's 34 Fairview at the left side, and there's the fire hydrant.
And as far as these photographs and the photographs shown to you by Mr. Jackson on cross-examination, do you know when those photographs were taken?
I do not know specifically at what time those were taken.
You don't know if those photographs were taken on February 3rd, 2022?
Objection.
Is the objection sustained?
Ask me, sir.
Now, Trooper, if you could, using the laser pointer, I know you've done this on the diagram, but if you could use the laser pointer with regard to what's on the screen as Exhibit 58, direct the jury's attention to where you believe the area of impact to be between the defendants, Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe.
It's probably somewhere out here.
Probably. Ugh.
And as far as that
God damn it. Just awful.
linear path that you were talking about from the area of impact, where did that go from and where did that go to?
So from, I think it's from around like this way.
Now, Trooper, if you could explain to the jury as far as what you were describing as Mr. O'Keefe's post-impact movement, starting sort of with the point of impact between himself and the SUV to the point where he comes to final rest on the wall.
Yes, so he was struck along the right side in the area of his arm, and then he was, post-impact with the Lexus, he rotated counterclockwise and eventually hit the ground and came to final rest.
And the ground, based on your understanding of the weather conditions, was frozen at the time, is that correct?
Objection.
Sustained. Watch the form, Mr. Lally.
Yes, sir. So as far as anything in your testimony about Mr. O'Keefe's actions, does that involve a pirouette?
No.
So there's a rotation, is that correct?
Correct.
And as far as 30 feet in the air, do you have any opinion as to whether or not he flew 30 feet in the air?
I do not have any evidence that he would have flown 30 feet in the air.
And so as far as from your training experience when it comes to pedestrian collisions, are you able to determine or calculate how much distance someone is in the air and how much distance someone sort of rolls or tumbles to their final resting position?
Say it again.
From your training experience,
yes,
based on this collision, are you able to determine how far Mr. O'Keefe was traveled in the air versus how far he traveled tumbling or rolling after he hit the ground?
I do not have a calculation for this specific style of pedestrian crash due to the side swipe. So if I did, I could use the formula. It would just vastly underestimate the speed of the vehicle.
Let me ask you a little bit about it. You were talking about the Searle pedestrian throw formula, correct?
Correct.
And that's something developed in the course of physics specific to reconstruction by someone named Dr. Searle, correct?
Correct.
And that's Searle, is that correct?
That is correct.
And with respect to Dr. Searle's formula, why is that inapplicable in sideswipe collision versus some other type of collision?
Because it takes in, it's looking for more. It's not so much the formula; it's how much projection efficiency that would occur. How much percentage of the speed of the striking vehicle would have happened. In order for the formula to work, the more of the body would have struck the vehicle, the more.
The other thing in the wake of this mistrial is now it's like, I know we all thought, well, I don't know, we all thought, I thought Jackson did a phenomenal job, right? But I'm going through and I'm really like, because I thought it seemed like an automatic not guilty, right? And I'm like just thinking, what else could they possibly have done? And like as I'm hearing this line of questioning, I'm thinking, he's saying, okay, Trooper Paul is saying that the formula they have to do with their calculations, right, for collisions involving a pedestrian is called Squirrel something. I don't know how to spell it, but that's the formula, as if it's the only formula, right? And the problem is that it's meant for collisions that are happening faster, and that if you were to use it, it would vastly underestimate the speed of the vehicle. Now, why is that a problem for them? Well, because they need to try to say that Karen Reed was driving whatever they decided. I think the number changed, but 24 miles per hour, I know at one point was what they said. So, so that's the problem with that. And, Jackson obviously knows more about physics than Trooper Paul and is suggesting, you use this formula and use that formula. But, I'm thinking to myself, what would have maybe been helpful if they had an expert, a physicist, like a Dr. Bob, who says, yep, here's what this formula actually means because Trooper Paul can't explain anything. So it would be helpful for the jury to know what formula could they use that would be accurate. Why is that formula accurate? If there is a formula you can't use, why can't you use it? How do you decide which formula to use and how accurate would it be? And do you have all the information you need? Blah, blah. They wouldn't even have to be about the facts of the case, right? They wouldn't need to worry about solving it necessarily. You would use someone like the ARCA dudes for that. But just for someone who can look at a set of information and say, here's the formula you would use. Bam, right? Because the only person we hear about any type of formula from is Trooper Paul. Like the ARCA dudes don't get into that at all. And I don't know if they're just not allowed to or what. Like, I feel like they could have asked a lot more questions due to, just with their expertise. And, I don't really know why. I don't know why they didn't get more into the physics side of it. I mean, in my mind, initially, it's like we would have probably thought it wasn't really necessary, but clearly it could have been, might have helped. I mean, the problem is like the only person you've got who's testifying about formulas is someone who doesn't understand anything about math or physics. So, I don't know, just another thought that maybe they could have brought someone in and just for anyone who missed it earlier, my thought was that they could have brought in one of those guys like we saw in the Murdoch trial, whose job is to evaluate crime scene investigation. And they come in and they look at the law enforcement and they say, yep, they followed procedure, they did it right, blah. Or they come in and they say, nope, they broke protocol, they didn't follow procedure, blah, blah. That's another thing they could have, seems in hindsight like an obvious choice, right? So
Efficient the outcome would be in the speed.
In the center of mass that you were talking about, sort of in the collision sequence, what, if any, role does that play in regard to your ability to do that calculation?
It would just, like I said, it would underestimate the speed of a striking vehicle due to a center mass not within the rear of the vehicle.
And not to twist your words or anything, but as far as when you say underestimate, that would not be an accurate reflection of the defendant's vehicle speed, correct?
Correct.
Now, you asked some questions about the glass and indicated that there are a number of reasons why the glass would travel with him being Mr. O'Keefe. Can you explain what those are?
Yeah, the glass could have struck the vehicle also in that same way. Could have still been attached to his hand and still gone with him in the same way. It could have been attached to his body in midair. That's the multiple ways that the glass would have stayed with him.
So I'm sorry again, Trooper, if I could ask you, what is the purpose of a bumper on a vehicle?
It's there to help absorb energy from a collision.
And with reference to the scratches that you were asked about on the vehicle on sort of the right rear quarter panel, what, if any, relationship does bumpers or their interaction have to your opinion as it relates to that?
Sorry, say it again.
Back to what you just testified about bumpers, you were also asked some questions about scratches on the right rear quarter panel of the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, relationship does the bumpers on the vehicle and sort of their intended purpose have with relation to the scratches that you observed?
So the bumpers on the side was more of this wasn't more of a direct on hit with the bumper, it was more of the side scraping of the paint of the bumper.
Now, the presence of Mr. O'Keefe's DNA on the taillight, is that consistent with a pedestrian collision?
Yes.
Now, as far as the glass not matching, are you aware that the lab's actual findings were that the glass on the bumper and the glass on the roadway was not found to be consistent with each other? Is that your understanding? If you know.
I don't know.
And were you also aware that the lab's finding was that the glass on the bumper was consistent with the glass on the road?
I'm not sure what the lab said.
Now, in order to construct your diagrams, your testimony, I believe, was that you had used cert diagrams in the process of that. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if I could turn back to that 12629B, the mileage from the tech stream data.
Yes.
The 3-point turn that you observed in the 24.2 mile per hour straight line for approximately 62 feet, how far apart time-wise within that particular triggering event were those two incidents?
8 minutes.
And as far as any of the other tech stream data that you observed, was there any other triggering event that included a 3-point turn?
No.
Now, as far as the defendant's path of travel, is it your understanding that that was obtained from a multitude of different witnesses?
Yes.
Now, with reference to, you were asked some questions about the defendant's cell phone. As far as GPS locations, were you aware that the defendant's cell phone wasn't able to be accessed until by law enforcement until 2023?
Sustained.
Were you aware that the defendant's cell phone had GPS locations turned off on the defendant's cell phone?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I was not aware.
Now, as far as placing the vehicle during that triggering event, 12629B, did you use key cycles to put it back at that location at that time?
No, I didn't.
What did you use?
I looked at the odometer mileage
And why would you look at the odometer mileage over the key cycles?
because I can physically see the odometer mileage at the vehicle at the time of my inspection.
Why? And why would, well, let me ask you this. In your opinion, as far as that is concerned, sort of backtracking to a specific location, which is more reliable, the odometer or the
I'm
key
glad
cycles?
you're there.
I would say the odometer mileage.
And why?
Question for Black Witter and also for Kit Smiths, if y'all are still listening. Have either of you guys seen the Derek Chauvin trial?
Why is that?
Like I said, you can physically see it when you turn the car, and I know that's the odometer mileage that it's reading on the dashboard.
So he has a little saying, and I think he's about to say it. He said it on direct the first time. He also said it on cross, and his saying was, "The odometer mileage is the odometer mileage." So I don't know if you guys remember saying that. Well, of course, Black Witter, I always notice you. The Derek Chauvin trial for George Floyd. No, that's okay. So also known as the for George Floyd, the police officer was Derek Chauvin. Also, just letting y'all know, earlier it was weird. DSN apparently sent a message that nobody got. Like, it did not show up in the chat. Like, everybody in the chat and me, we didn't notice it, and it had the word weasel in it, so we would have all noticed it, and like it wasn't in anybody's chat, so no one knows what that's about. So just a heads up, I don't know what's going on with YouTube. YouTube has been having some issues lately. I've had issues with like it not saving updates or changes or edits and all kinds of stuff. Did you watch the trial? Okay, you do remember George Floyd. Okay, interesting. Okay. So, because I'm thinking about maybe covering it, like I just thought of it tonight because it was the first trial I ever watched gavel to gavel, and it was at the beginning of COVID, and no one on LawTube was like covering it, and I didn't even know what LawTube really was at the time. But anyway, I watched the entire thing just by myself, but the first like 2 or 3 weeks was jury voir dire, and the whole thing was on the record, like in camera, like for the camera. And the jury voir dire process for that trial was so interesting and so I just loved it so much that was the reason I watched that entire trial gavel to gavel, even though I didn't have anyone explaining it or giving commentary. And that's the reason I got hooked on trials. And I haven't actually gone back and watched it since. And so I was just thinking about it. I just had the idea earlier when y'all weren't here that like it might be interesting to do because again, like it was my first gavel to gavel trial and nobody covered it then, and I don't think anyone has yet. And a lot of people didn't watch it, and I would love to watch it again now that like I've learned so much more since then. And I don't know, it was just a thought. But especially because the way it came up was we were talking about jury voir dire, and if because Fender was pointing out accurately that the jury note mentioned that it was like their strongly held convictions. And so, because we were talking, like I've been going through, obviously, you know, this will make sense to you, Kit Smith, of like, you know, the violinist in me, but like, what, you know, if I was the defense, I'd be like, what could I have done differently, right? Because this should have been a not guilty to me, like easy, right? And so I've been thinking about that, like, what could they have done here or there, and like, and so as I was saying that, Fender reminded me that the jury note said it was something like strongly held convictions, right? And that they must have had some sort of bias going into it. And then I said, well, I don't know if that's the case or not, but what I do know is that the whole point of a trial is that you're working with the assumption that the jury has been through a proper voir dire process, right? To make sure that they're a fair and unbiased jury. So that way, whenever you get a verdict or you don't get a verdict, you know the problem is not the jury, the problem is something else, right? And if the problem is the jury, there's ways to address that in voir dire. So, and then we were talking about how the voir dire for this trial was not on the record. And that's what made me think of George Floyd, because I was talking about how not every trial shows the voir dire process, some do. And that voir dire was so important because there were so many issues, as I'm sure you guys are aware, with all the different tensions surrounding that trial. It's a big deal. And the voir dire was so fucking fascinating because they gave these jurors really long questionnaires. And I was telling Fender, like, the questionnaires were not just like your basic questions. They were really trying to get inside the minds of the jurors. They were like questions that I was like, oh my God, like, I don't even know how to answer that. Or it's like a question where I think to myself, no one's ever asked me that before. Like, really deep questions, thought-provoking. And it was really interesting. And I was just thinking to myself, I was actually saying it to the chat, like, I'm so glad that it was on the record, because that way no one can think, unlike this trial, right? No one could go back and look at a verdict and look at that for that trial. Not that they would, but, you know, like, you can't think, oh, what if it was a biased jury, right? Because the whole process there's transparency through the process, and you can see the whole thing. Oh, that's interesting. I don't know if it would make a difference with this chat, but if y'all want to try it and let me know, that's interesting. Because I'm on StreamYard, so I don't have any of those options. And I don't even know if it's showing. I honestly don't even know. I assume it shows all the messages, but apparently it didn't show anybody DSN's message earlier. So, but yeah, anyway, I don't know. I just was thinking about how that process was really interesting. And I don't know. I would really hope, honestly, I would really hope that the issue was something with the trial strategy with the attorneys or something, because the last thing we want is a biased jury, you know? Because that's something you can't fix. Assuming you've done voir dire correctly and all that, if it's still a biased jury, it's like, then even if it's like, well, if that's the problem, then they should have been able to move to a different location, right? Change a venue. And if that was denied, that's an appellate issue, right? Like, but I guess there has to be a verdict for that. But still, I don't know. It's just, where is the problem, right? Like, where is the problem? Was the problem in pretrial hearings and pretrial motions? Was the problem in a denial of a change of venue? Was the problem the jury? Where's the jury biased? You know, if none of those things are the case, then the problem was in some of the trial strategy from the defense attorneys, right? So I don't know. Those are just some of my thoughts, but it really matters, because if we don't understand where the problem is, then what's, you know, like, fuck, like, right? Like, I mean, again, the point of all these trials is like with the premise that the jury is fair and unbiased. And if the jury is not fair and unbiased, then the trial is, you know, tainted, if you will, right? And also, if the jury is not fair and unbiased, then why didn't you do the things that you're supposed to be doing to make that happen? And are we looking at a judge that, you know, made biased rulings? I don't know. It's just, there's a lot of implications. There's just a lot. There's still just a lot to think about. And then, of course, with the whole idea of, will we ever know what really happened? Anyway, that's just a lot to think about.
In every key cycle, is that necessarily recorded?
And, you know, if you're Trooper Paul, It must be so easy, right? Because I don't think there's a whole lot going on between those two.
Text stream data?
No,
And why not, sir?
it only records stuff that related to the triggers.
They don't what?
They only record stuff that is related to the triggers.
Okay, thank you.
As far as counsel's hypothetical with regard to the key cycles, is it your opinion that that hypothetical is accurate or inaccurate?
Inaccurate.
And why so?
Because it also be you also add the odometer mileage onto the key cycle, so those key cycles and odometer mileage are on the same trigger, and plus the data seems consistent with everything else that's going on with this collision.
Now, fair to say that you were not outside of 34 Fairview Road on January 29th, sometime around 12:20 to 12:30 a.m. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so fair to say that you don't know exactly how Mr. O'Keefe and or Glass or anything that he was holding interacted with the defendant's vehicle at that time?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that true?
I do not.
And so based on your training and experience and the number of pedestrian crashes that you've investigated, again, if you could, one last time, just describe to the jury how you believe the
Wally's
vehicle
own language in
interacted
there
with
makes it
Mr.
sound like
O'Keefe
it's asked and
and why.
answered, you know?
Objection.
Sustained. It's asked and answered.
With reference to what you've described as far as the interaction between Mr. O'Keefe and the vehicle, why is that your opinion?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Based on the evidence from
Also, Blackwater, I'm curious, what is top, like top chat? How is it deciding what's top? Like, I'm just so curious about how it decides that.
the
You know?
vehicle, based on the injuries to John O'Keefe, the tail light appears to be broken and it's sharp plastic pieces that could have ripped his arm, and also the
have
dent
ripped his arm?
with the scratches above it is consistent with a hand holding a glass and the glass on top smashing on the vehicle and the hand smashing the vehicle. You can see there's a line between scratches and a dent there.
Nothing further.
You didn't cough that up much earlier. So.
Very briefly, I just want to make sure I clear something up about the key cycles. You're not suggesting that every key cycle in the history of the car is on this page, correct?
That's correct.
I'm pulling up Exhibit 591.
Okay?
That indicates key cycles that have triggering events, correct?
Yes.
Triggering events are something that the manufacturer includes in basically a list of items that will be a triggering event, correct?
Yes.
It's a list of items basically for mechanics to figure out if there's some unusual driving or unusual event with the vehicle, correct?
Yes.
But the key cycles go in order. They're numerical, 1 through whatever.
Correct.
In the hypothetical that I gave you on cross-examination, with those driving incidents, each one of those would represent a key cycle, correct?
So in your hypothetical, I mean, assume that it should create a key cycle, but that you can't just say that key cycle is from that, because I didn't just use key cycles. I used the odometer mileage on top of it. So you have to have key cycle and odometer.
Right. Interestingly, though, when you testified on direct examination, you said your analysis, this was on Friday, before the weekend. By the way, over the weekend, did you watch anything on, I don't know, YouTube or any social media?
No.
Nothing.
No.
Really? Did you have any conversations with Mr. Lally about these key cycles and problems?
No.
Did you have any conversations with anybody about the issues with the key cycles?
No.
Did you realize at some point between Friday and today that I was probably going to ask you some questions about key cycles?
Objection.
Did you realize that yourself?
I assumed you would ask me loads of information.
So on Friday, you didn't mention that your analysis was based on mileage, did you?
Objection.
Sustained.
On Friday, did you mention that your analysis was predicated on mileage?
Objection.
Paul, on Friday, you indicated pretty clearly that your analysis was based on the key cycles, starting at 1164 when you started your testing, and 1162, which was the key cycle you claimed on Friday was at 34 Fairview.
It wasn't based on it. That's how I describe it. I said key cycles. I based it on they were close within proximity to each other. but I've always said it's key cycles and odometer mileage, plus all the information within the triggers themselves. So it wasn't just one of the other.
And you said on Friday that once you started your testing at 1164, it was 2 cycles earlier that had the triggering events, meaning 1162, that you claimed were at 34 Fairview.
Yes.
But in the hypothetical, if there were 4 events, 4 key cycle events between 1164 and 1159, it could not have occurred at 1162, correct? 34 Fairview, in my hypothetical.
In your hypothetical, if it recorded a key cycle, then your hypothetical is correct.
Right. And last question, if you got the route of travel incorrect, if your presumption of the route of travel was incorrect on that vehicle in the days earlier, then your mileage would be incorrect also, correct?
Mileage from what? The odometer or from?
The odometer reading.
The odometer reading is the odometer reading. It's
There it is. Oh, I've been waiting for it. I was like, I know he says it one more time. Okay, Buckwitter. Oh, guess it's spam. Okay. That's interesting. Yeah, that's really funny. Yeah, I've never used it. Well, unless it's just on accident, but yeah, interesting. Huh. It filters out. Wow, interesting. Well, that's good. So yeah, so let me back it up. I've been waiting for that because I know he loves to say that the odometer mileage. This is his 3rd time saying this. So odometer mileage is the odometer mileage, and then he usually follows it up with 36 is 36. Brilliant.
It could not have occurred at 1162, correct? 34 Fairview, in my hypothetical.
in your hypothetical, if it recorded a key cycle, then your hypothetical is correct.
Right. And last question, if you got the route of travel incorrect, if your presumption of the route of travel was incorrect on that vehicle in the days earlier, then your mileage would be incorrect also, correct?
Mileage from what? The odometer or from?
The odometer reading.
The odometer reading is the odometer reading. It's 36.
My point is,
There it is.
your analysis that's based on the odometer reading. 36 miles here, 12 miles there, 2 miles here, 5 miles there. If you got the route of travel wrong and the route of travel was different, your assumptions about the odometer readings would be incorrect as well, correct?
So what
You got the path of travel wrong.
So I purposely put down a range on my Google images shown because I couldn't tell you her definitively route of path for every single way. But I know that it's possibly a possibility that she could travel 36 miles within those locations that she traveled post leaving Fairview Road.
Or if that mileage was put on at key cycle 1162, then that would mean the vehicle would already be in Massachusetts State Police custody, right? Into the Proctor's custody.
Objection.
So that's beyond the scope.
That's all I have.
All right, Mr. Lally?
Just very briefly. The range that you came up with for the defendant's path of travel, does that fit with the path?
She gives, this is a redirect. I don't know that I've ever seen this in a trial. Honestly. It's very weird to me that it's a I mean, literally, I know it's hard to see because it's white, but it says it's a redirect. I've never seen it.
Travel the odometer reading, putting the defendant's vehicle in the area of 34 Fairview Road when it does the 3-point turn, and then 8 minutes later when it travels 24.2 miles per hour in a straight line in reverse for approximately 62 feet.
Yes.
Nothing further.
All right, you are all set.
Thank you, Honor.
And I don't know what was the point for just that one question either, right? I mean, it's just, that was weird. That was definitely weird. So there you have it, guys, to be continued. Excelente. So up on the next one, we will have, there's the tech expert, Ian Whiffen. And then there's Trooper Garino. And then after that, I believe it's like the Emmy and her assistant, the neurologist Emmy lady, and I believe then it's the defense's case in chief. So we're making our way here through week 8, and yeah. So for anyone else who is on replay crew, let me know if you have watched the Derek Chauvin trial, or if you are interested in it, because it is a possibility here, especially since, again, there's not been, I don't know that it's still on YouTube. I should be checking that first, but I just had the thought during the stream, and again, it's not a trial that anybody has covered to my knowledge, and I would love to go back through it again since the very first time I saw it. And anyway, so yeah, so y'all are welcome. Let me know your thoughts about that. It's not like there's a shortage of things to cover. Obviously, that's, it goes without saying. But yeah, so if for anyone who missed it, I did do a video earlier weighing in on Trooper Proctor and what I just personal thoughts of what I think it means for the Commonwealth and what might be going on in terms of their decision to retry the case or not. But I will keep an eye out for anything else that happens with that. I'm sure there's going to be some more fallout, and probably, hopefully hearing from some more jurors as well. And so other than that, I will try to get the next recap done for tomorrow. I don't know for sure that I'll be able to. But I'll keep you guys posted as always in the Discord. So that is all for now. Oh, by the way, I should mention I'm also all caught up on timestamps for all of the recaps up to tonight. So, but I'll get the timestamps done on this one soon as well. So, and I think that will do it. So, as always, thank you for being here, and thank you for being a squirrel. And I will see you guys on the next one, and I'm going to roll the old outro. See you later.